Hello, good morning. I hope are going to have a great today's training. So I would like first to give the floor, I will be the main trainer, but I would like to give the floor to Tarek from TÜBİTAK to introduce a little bit the program and TÜBİTAK, and then we will go on. Thank you, Tarek.
Okay, thank you. Does it work? Okay, thank you. Welcome. I would like to welcome first the physical participants and then the online participants of our event. This is the first focus group training of our new IPA project. Actually, we have been conducting these kind of trainings for a while, but this is a new start for us. And we started from Trabzon, and we are very happy about that. Actually, all the program will continue in English, as you also know, but I would like to say a few words. Sorry, Nicholas, in Turkish. Hoş geldiniz. Bütün program İngilizce olarak devam edecek bildiğiniz gibi, ama ben ilk olarak birkaç bir şey söylemek istiyorum. Bu yeni İPA projemizin ilk Focus Group Training etkinliği Trabzon'da başladık. Çok mutluyuz. Hoş geldiniz. Özellikle fiziksel olarak hem Trabzon'dan hem Trabzon dışından katılımcılarımız var. Hem de online katılımcılarımız var. Bizim için heyecanlı bir başlangıç olacak. İsmim Tarık Şahin. Dün birçoğunuzla aslında tanıştık ama biliyorsunuz büyük bir ekiple buradaydık bilgi günü etkinliğimiz için. Bugün daha aslında biraz daha odaklı bir eğitim yapmak üzere bir araya gelmiş bulunuyoruz. Ben TÜBİTAK'ta EIC programından sorumlu ulusal irtibat noktası olarak görev yapıyorum, ama bu İPA projesinin yürütülmesiyle ilgili sorumluluklarımız da var. O kapsamda buradayım. 2 gün boyunca gayet yoğun bir program geçecek. Aslında proje yazma, proje sunma anlamında gerçekten tecrübeli bir ekip seçildiğini düşünüyoruz. Dolayısıyla herkes için çok başarılı geçecek bir etkinlik olmasını diliyorum. Bildiğiniz gibi Ufuk Avrupa programının koordinasyonunu yürütüyoruz. Bununla ilgili olabilecek her türlü sorularınız için tabii ki bizlere her zaman ulaşabilirsiniz. Ben zaten 2 gün boyunca burada olacağım, etkinlikte olacağım. Olacak sorularınız için bizimle ilgili, TÜBİTAK tarafıyla ilgili, Ufuk Avrupa programının geneliyle ilgili veya program özelinde sorabileceğiniz soruları yanıtlamaya çalışacağım. Ama umuyorum ki uzmanımızın vereceği eğitimle birlikte en azından proje başvurularında neye dikkat etmek lazım? Nasıl daha iyi bir proje sunulabilir? Bu konularda ciddi bir birikim oluşacaktır. Bundan sonraki süreçte de tabii bu eğitimden sonra da her zaman için bizler sizlere hizmet etmek için varız. TÜBİTAK'ta bir ofisimiz, yani 30 kişilik bir ekibimiz var. Bütün programlardan sorumlu ulusal irtibat noktası arkadaşlarımız görev yapıyor. İlgi duyduğunuz alanlarla ilgili özelde görüşmek isterseniz bizlerle her zaman bizimle iletişime geçebileceksiniz. Şimdi ben lafı çok fazla uzatmadan uzmanımıza vereceğim ve herkese başarılı bir etkinlik diliyorum. I would like to now hand over to Nico for the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tarek. Thank you for that. Did you have a good breakfast? Not yet. Big mistake, because it's going to be a very big day. And we need energy. Because do you know how many slides we have for the training? Close? Anyone else? Who said 200? Okay, very close. 170. So I'm not going to create death by PowerPoint, but I would like to give you what? I would like to give you a recipe. What do we need in order to, what is a traditional food here in Trabzon? Meatballs. Kefte. Yes, kefte. Yes, the meatballs. In order to make kefte, meatballs, we need, I don't know how to cook kefte. So what do I need? I need a recipe. The recipe, in order to me to follow, it needs to be what? It needs to be what? Steps, clear, self-explained. Yes or no? Yes. Otherwise, even if I say it, I will not be able to cook kefte. So this is what I'm going to do here. I'm going to give you a recipe of cooking a nice kefte. And after you receive the training material, after you leave, you will go through the recipe and you will apply it step by step. If you apply it step by step, it will be a very delicious kefte. If you skip steps, it will be so and so. Clear? Therefore, so in order to cook a good kefte, you need first of all to understand the recipe. Now, who has experience in Horizon Europe? Okay, please keep your hands up. From 1 to 10. 1, very low. 10, an experienced one. Who has expertise up to 5? 5, thank you. 7, 10. You need to come here and do the training. Anyway, so the others that didn't raise their hands, I assume they don't have any experience in Horizon Europe, correct? Very good. So what is the good with the recipe? I don't know how to cook kefte. You know how to cook kefte. Maybe. Let's assume that you are. Yes? Or maybe you know how to cook kefte. Now, we take the same recipe. I take the recipe, you take the recipe. I don't know how to cook kefte, you know how to cook kefte. The recipe is the same. Yes? The only difference is that I don't know kefte, it will take me some days to understand the recipe. The two of you that know how to cook kefte, you will apply it immediately. Correct? So what do I need to say with that? I need to say that the recipe is the same, even if you're starting now, or even if you are an advanced cook. Is that clear? I need only two conditions for that. What are these? First of all, you need to pay attention here. Focus. And secondly, reflection. What is reflection? Analyze and ask questions. Because focus plus reflection leads to mastery. If you don't have that, then you will not know how to cook kefte. So, while I will be talking, if you have any questions because you are reflecting, you raise your hands, the ones that you are here present. The ones that they are at the Zoom, they raise their hands in the chat, and our facilitators here, nice ones, will talk about that. We'll raise it. Is that a deal? Yes? Perfect. So, before going on, let me tell you some things about the program, this program here. This program is in its third phase, more or less. I had the privilege to be also on the previous phase of the support. This is a support program, a capacity building program for Turkish beneficiaries to exploit the most popular and the largest European research and innovation funding program. What is the name of that program? Horizon Europe, yes. Sometimes I might ask simple questions, but it is for you to keep alert. Yes? And it's the interaction that we have. Very good. Now, this program, it's not that visible here, but don't worry on that. It is a very good program. And I can say that because I had the privilege being in the previous one, and Turkish, before that program was here, after the last program was there in success in Horizon Europe. And they were very successful. Why? Because that program organized trainings, like this one here, all over Turkey. They organized brokerage events. Brokerage events is, what are brokerage events? Speed dating, matchmaking events. All right, matchmaking events that people from Turkey, they were meeting other people from outside Turkey, from Europe. They were establishing collaborations and they were submitting proposals. Also, that program organized many other events for specific elements in the Horizon Europe. As you will see today, Horizon Europe is very big, but we will simplify it. and you will understand it. And there were specialized events for each one of those sub-programs in Horizon Europe. People in order to see what is interesting for them. And again, there were also networking events. There were coaching events. People were asking the support office. And I can say one thing, because I had the privilege to work also with the national contact points of Horizon Europe in Turkey. Horizon Europe has representatives in each country. So if you have some questions regarding Horizon Europe, you go first to the university. If you are not that fully satisfied, then you contact the national contact points in Turkey, TÜBİTAK, NCPs. And they were very, very effective. Who has been in contact with TÜBİTAK NCPs for the time being? One? Only? You? About? No? You? Yesterday. Oh, okay. Okay, for the invitation, for coming here. Ah, okay, okay. It's a good introduction. You don't have to be You don't have to be great in order to start, but you have to start in order to become great. So it's a good start. Be more connected with the NCPs in TÜBİTAK. Yes? They will give you powerful support, and they will introduce you also to the program and to all these activities that we said. So they are the gateway. Is that clear? Perfect. Now, this is the program. I'm going to skip it because it looks very complicated, and we will do it my way. All right, so this is Horizon Europe as it is, with a lot of different programs and sub-programs, but I will skip it and I will stand on that one. What is this? This is most researchers never apply in Horizon Europe, as you hear. I mean, most of you didn't know about Horizon Europe. Just 3, 4 participants. However, why? Although it is one of the most popular and competitive ones. Because you don't feel familiar with it. Maybe you feel it is complicated. Maybe you prefer national funding. Maybe it is unclear. Or sometimes when you submit a proposal and you're not successful, it is intimidating. Yes? But I can guarantee that to you, and you will see my profile afterwards and you will see why I'm saying that, is that if you understand how Horizon Europe works, you have a huge advantage. And we will start with this workshop here. You will be very familiar with Horizon Europe. And I can guarantee that to you. So my objective out of this is I would like you to be more open with Horizon Europe. To feel confident that yes, there are some actions, there are some programs in Horizon Europe that I can exploit. I can valorize. Clear? Just remember 2 things. What is that? Focus and reflection. Yes? These are the 2 things that we need. Perfect. Now, what is the structure? Yes, the structure in order to see what we will be doing here. Today and a little bit tomorrow, we will be talking about Horizon Europe. So today, first of all, the first part will be dedicated on understanding the essentials behind Horizon Europe. Who is familiar with the Pareto rule? Who is familiar Pareto rule or 80-20 rule? That's the other nickname, 80-20 rule. What does 80-20 rule means? We will apply here that rule. We will know 20% of what we need to know about Horizon Europe, only 20%. But it will give us the 80% value that we can get. So we will understand the most essential things about Horizon Europe that will be very valuable for you. Only 20% in order to get the value of 80%. Is that clear? So you don't have to know everything about Horizon Europe, because if you know everything about Horizon Europe, you will forget and you will find it complicated. And it's not necessary. That's even more important. Clear? Perfect. So that will be the first thing, and we call it the Understanding Horizon Europe or the Horizon Europe Intelligence. What is Horizon Europe Intelligence? Take public information regarding Horizon Europe, but exploiting it to your advantage. All right? So that's the first thing. But is this enough? If you want really to feel comfortable about Horizon Europe, is this enough? To know just the 20%? No. The other thing is that you need to know how you prepare a proposal in Horizon Europe. From A to Z. From the first step, which is how to create an idea, up to the point that you submit the proposal. The full proposal development cycle. We will do that also. I will familiarize you with each one of the different steps that you need to undertake. Even if you don't ever apply as an applicant, as the initiator of the proposal, you need to know the full proposal development cycle because you will be participating as a partner. So you need to know what are the steps, either as a coordinator, the one that leads the proposal, that's the coordinator, or as a partner, the one that contributes to the proposal for funding. So that's why we will do it that way. And tomorrow, because that will be, I will go very easy with you. That's what we will do just today. Tomorrow, I will tell you how the evaluators think. Who are the evaluators? The ones that are evaluating your proposal that you are submitting with other partners on behalf of the European Commission. I will tell you how they think. I will tell you how they evaluate, and I will tell you how you will impress them. And I will tell you that tomorrow. The first thing, tomorrow morning. And I call that the criteria formula. So we will not do it today. And then we will, as I keep on saying, knowledge is not power. What is power? Applied knowledge. Applied knowledge is power. So after that, we will have some workshops and etc. that you are going to work according to what you learned today and tomorrow to some areas that you believe are of high interest to you. Maybe it is to be more familiar with basic research goals. Maybe it is to be more familiar with applied research goals. Maybe you need to dedicate and work on a specific goal that is to your research interest. Maybe you want to know how to join proposals as a partner. Maybe it is how to identify contact details of European Commission representatives or of experts that you might want to be in your team, experts. All these things will be part of workshop exercises that we will do tomorrow to practice a little bit, and I will help you on that. And then we complete the full training, the 2 days training, with some knowledge creation and then with some knowledge application. Clear? On that? Any questions so far, or even from the Zoom? All right. Okay. Reflect. Now, some things about me, because I will be together. You need to know some things about me, where I am. Am I knowledgeable enough? So I will not say many things about myself. I've been in this business more than 25 years. Yes. I've started as a junior consultant, and now I see that the most important thing is I'm not involved anymore in writing proposals. I'm supporting others to write proposals because it's very important to give value to as many people as possible. And this is what I have. I'm also an evaluator on behalf of the European Commission, so I will be wearing a different hat now, not from your position, but from the position of the evaluator. So that's why I'm going to tell you how they are thinking, how we are thinking when we evaluate proposals. It's very important. I will be wearing also the hat of the researcher. I have also a PhD. I'm a researcher myself in student engagement. That was my PhD. When I started, it was student engagement in online courses. It was before COVID, pandemic, but I didn't know that it will become that popular. However, it's not even important. I have 5 university degrees, a multidisciplinary background. I'm an electrical electronic engineer with a master in telecommunications, an MBA, also a degree from humanities, from European, and Greek civilization, and also a PhD, but these are not important. Anything is not important as the last one. And what is the last one? That I can take something complex, yes, and decompose it into easy to understand and easy to apply step-by-step recipes. This is what I'm master of. Yes? I can take something very complex and make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. As much as it is needed. Clear? Now, I introduced myself. So what I would like is I would like you to get introduced. And what I mean with that, I would like to make it a little bit more interactive. So I would like, and I know that is not that comfortable for you, but we have to do it that way because you need to step out from your zone. I would like you to be in pairs, and I would like you to talk to your peer about yourself, your name, your expertise, your research specialization, your expectations from the course, and I would like your peer to present yourself to us, to the rest of us, and then vice versa. Is that clear? So I would like you to be in pairs, yes? Find your pairs, and you will have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. If someone, because if we are an odd number, if someone is alone, he will do or she will do it with me. Okay? No worries. So you have 2 minutes. Find your pair and get introduced yourself. And then they will have to introduce yourself to the rest of the audience. Sorry? It's an ice-breaking activity. Exactly. Exactly. Are you all pairs? Let me see. I see. Find. So you are there. What about you? If someone is left, she will talk with me. Yes? You are? Yes, you can come with me. So you will be together. Okay? Come with me. Nice to meet you.
To Fatma.
Fatma. Okay, excellent. I'm Nicholas. So tell me about yourself. So first of all, let me tell you, do you have an experience? You raised your hand in Horizon Europe. So what kind of experience you have?
I had two experiences.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, I think that's enough. Speed it up. 10 more seconds. Okay, please, your attention here. Thank you. All right. So let's start with, we'll start with the gentleman here. Please, who wants to introduce whom first? Yes? Do you want to stand up or it's better for the people to see you?
My name is Mustafa. My colleague today is together we work with Fatih. His name Fatih Yeşiloğlu. He's from the construction department. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes? Show some love to it.
Fatih, we know each other well, but just let me introduce you about him. He's working in construction engineering department. He's an assistant professor there. And we also have a common project topics together. I'm a material scientist, and we just shortly discuss and what do you, his research interest. He mentioned about his PhD study about heat structure monitoring on the global structures in different bridges, construction materials, and then especially in dynamic loads, based on dynamic loads. And I also interested in the local basin material science in this field. So I hope it will be good ideas and together to make a future projects also.
Perfect. And you?
Thank you so much. Hello. We talk with the Mustafa Aslan. Mustafa Aslan is the associate professor in metallurgy and material science engineering in Karadeniz Technical University. We also talk about what we can interested in. You see? Okay. He works on especially similar study with structural health monitoring. Something is a damage identification for the especially element-based methods. He worked on the PhD study in acoustic emission someday. We also work in some same study in article and scientific member. Maybe we can study in the next session.
Okay, thank you. This is called cheating because you knew each other. But anyway, we will do. Please do so.
Thank you.
Be as quick as possible, if possible.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Bülent, and I have just met with Rafat, and I'm glad to meet him. He is working in Fishing Technology Center, and his experts are population genetics, pollution, environmental DNA, and he has two action. He is two action members.
Okay.
And to cost action members actually.
Cost, yes.
Yes, and he prepared the entire project as a partner and leader. Yes, I know. And I think that we can prepare a good project in cluster 6.
Perfect. Agriculture, food, natural resources, yes?
Forestry, yeah.
Forestry.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. Very good.
I'm going to be introducing you to Bülent Turgut that I just met here. So he's a really colorful person. So he has experience in soil and ecology, but he's specifically interested in niche ecosystem services of certain ecosystems. So he has previous experience in a lot of projects. He just submitted the Erasmus Plus project, and he already have been participated in post action and had numerous different roles in that one. He has a previous experience with Interreg projects as well. He is interested in the cluster 6, and he already is applied as a partner to one of the Horizon project. So that's pretty much it, I guess.
Perfect. Thank you. Our next ones. Decide.
Hi, my colleague is Canan Aksoy. She's a physicist. She works at the Department of Electronics and Communications. And she's a new applicant, and her research areas are superconductivity, renewable materials, renewable energy, and decarbonizations. Okay. She is really active in cost actions, and her expectations from the course are to apply a Horizon project, pass the threshold, learn the key things.
Perfect. Very good introduction. Just to me, allow me to open a bracket because we've seen also some people from COST also there. COST is a networking action, I mean, mainly. But experience has shown that consortia that have been established through COST actions, networking actions, and they submit proposals in Horizon Europe, they have 3 times higher success rate to be successful. Yes? So it's very important to take advantage also of COST actions because the very fruitful networking activities are taking place. Okay, thank you, please.
So let me introduce, I am Canan Aksoy. Let me introduce Zeynep.
Perfect.
Zeynep is working for software engineering department, and she has already 1 successful and 3 passed threshold, actually 3 threshold passed
Almost.
Europe, yeah.
Almost.
And she wants to see what is the key things and what she missed already. And her interests are including underrepresented groups through technology and IT, through IT, women in IT. Yeah, she wants to, yeah, as I say, she wants to learn how to reach the real
What is missing
in the project. So I hope we are all getting
Yes,
successful.
let's see. Thank you for that. Thank you. Next one, our pair here.
Hi everyone, my name is Ayfer Dolmaz Çaldar. We met Mr. Samet. We know already each other.
This is again conceding, but anyhow.
We are same
But anyhow.
department, forest industry engineering. He has not any experience this program, Horizon.
Yet? That's the magic word. Yet?
Has not yet.
Yes.
But he has experience Erasmus Mundus project. He is now going on a project as a coordinator. Your research area, furniture, green infrastructure, green materials, and composites, the same also.
Okay.
His expectation, how to learn step-by-step recipes.
Okay. You're at the right spot for some hidden reason. The universe worked on that. Kesmet. Okay, good. Please. No worry.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Dear attendees, welcome to this great organization and thank you for hosting us in this organization. My name is Samet Demirel. I am from Forest Industry Engineering Department with Ayfer. Ayfer is department head and also I am assisting her in this program. So as you know, we know each other, but in order to determine ourselves, we also have a small chat with her, and so she has. I asked, "Do you have experience on Horizon?" And she told me that she has two experiences. One is supported from European Commission. One is not. The first one was Wisdom, right? So it's Wood Wisdom seventh frame. Is that right? So it started in 2013, and also has I think 7 partners leading that program. It was a successful program at that time. They also applied for another ER Africa program for the Horizon, and they didn't support it, but she told me that they have some experience on
Perfect.
that. So what we expect, actually, her and I expect from this program, actually, not only learning something, also enjoying the activities and learning the recipes, as she said. So you really
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That's very nice. So you're forestry there, you're together because you're from forestry. Okay, I see. Okay, perfect, perfect. Let's make it a little bit quicker. You know Voltaire? Do you know Voltaire? The Renaissance philosopher Voltaire. He was writing a letter to one of his friends, and he's starting by saying, "I apologize for the long length, but I didn't have much time." So we need to be a little bit quicker here. Let's try to do that. Yes, I will give give the keywords of the people that you have presented. So we will start the training. So let's see. I know that it's an additional challenge, but let's see whether we can manage it. Can you? All right. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Gül from Computer Engineering Department, and my partner is Müzeyyen from Industry. She's working as food engineer in Akana Sea Technology, and she has master degree in her field. And she's working with Oktay Yıldız for some projects.
That was very efficient. Thank you for that. Very good. Please.
Yes, I'm very pleased to being here.
Yes.
And met with Gül. She's from computer engineering, Karadeniz Teknik University. Her area of specialization is cyber security, and I understand that she has not any experience about Horizon Europe program.
Yet, yes.
We all want to learn something.
Perfect. That was very efficient. Thank you for your effort. Next one. Here.
Hello. I'm Işılay, and my teammate is very important for me because he is a husband.
Really? Okay. That is.
He's from Turkey.
Indeed.
Worked at yapay zeka. Sorry, artificial intelligence. I'm very excited. I'm sorry for everyone. And yesterday we firstly this activation, and then we learned about I'm sorry a lot of things, and I'm studying cyber security and other areas. That's all.
Okay, I think it's the first time that you introduce your husband in English, for sure. For sure. Okay, next one.
Hello everyone, we are super excited to be here and thank you for this nice introduction for me. I am a little under pressure. My wife is Işılay and we are working on a lot of things in our real life and professional life. She is working on cybersecurity, especially working on forgery detection and she also used some artificial intelligence techniques in his projects, and we are working on the Horizon project now together, and with Zeynep and Canan.
Okay.
We are really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you also. Next one.
My partner left, sorry. So I couldn't say anything about him.
Let me say some things about you. This is Fatma because we had an exchange. Fatma is dealing with in marine area. She had 2 attempts to get some funding. One was not that successful as a coordinator. However, the second one with partners, she participated as a partner, not as a coordinator. It is successful and it is started now, very soon. So she is going to be very active in Horizon Europe in the marine area. And her expectation is to improve, of course, her skills in Horizon Europe. All right, thank you.
Okay, I am Mehmet. My teammate Şebnem Hocam. Şebnem Hocam is associate professor Marina.
Okay, all right.
Marina Science and Technology. She got some experience about the Horizon and Erasmus project. Her interests are metal contamination, ecology, and yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Please.
Hello. Mehmet, my team, and I met with him first time in here. He works in Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, but he is actually food engineer. He works on fish waste, and since I work on fish, I work in the Department of Fisheries Technology Engineering. I recommended my colleague who works on this subject, and he plans to write a Horizon project also on this subject.
Okay, very good, interesting. Next one.
Hi everyone,
Hello.
My name is Ahmet Han from Trabzon Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to introduce my colleague Ertan Züz Güneş. He is professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture. His expertise are nature conservation, rural and urban planning, recreation and tourism planning. And he hasn't applied any Horizon Europe project, but he is willing to do that. I think he's going to be successful. And he has some experience about projects, cost action, Erasmus and TÜBİTAK project.
Okay, very quick. Thank you. Congrats.
Good morning, everyone. My partner Ahmet Han is working in Trabzon Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He hasn't applied any Horizon projects, but he has been conducted many European projects such as Enterprise Europe Network, Erasmus Plus projects, Interact Next projects, and his expectations is how to contribute chamber members from these calls.
Interesting. Thank you. Very quick, efficient.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Aysel Öztaban. My friend is absent now.
She's a ghost.
I can say something for my
Self?
expectation and my experience. My department is nursing. I am studying especially intensive care nursing and infection control areas, and also nursing education. I have experience in cost actions and Erasmus Plus projects. I am a co-founder in Erasmus Plus projects. I can say something. My friend Nazlı Nur Aslan Çin. She is an associate professor in Karadeniz Technical University. Her department is nutrition and dietetics. Her expertation area sustainable food projects. She has one cost action experience as a working group member. She would like to be co-founder in Horizon Europe projects after the course. She was trying to organize some profile information in the website. She tried to understand the process.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Now, we will believe you because it's not here, but anyhow, okay. All right.
She has many
Obligations.
very big meeting in other.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. Please.
Hello everyone. My name is Özgür Tüfekçi. My colleague is here, Professor Uzay Karahalil. He's from Faculty of Forest Engineering. His expertise is on forest management, and he has a great deal of experience about EU projects. He has been dealing with the Erasmus Mundus projects previously, and also he has done and he has involved in Horizon 2020 project called Alter 4.
Very good and very efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say you welcome to Turkey.
My pleasure.
I'm very happy to involve in this participation of this group. And, my name is Uzay. My colleague is Associated Professor Uğur Tüfekçi. He is working in the Department of International Relations, and his field of study is grid powers in international environments, I think. So we talk about the projects. He has not involved in any European Union project, but we talk about he has some attempts to apply for the Erasmus Mundus. So we talk about Erasmus Mundus, and I suggested Associated Professor,
yes,
my colleague Samet, so because he is involved in that, so maybe in the future he will apply. Yeah, that's all.
That's very good. So some fruitful synergies are still established. Very good.
Hi
Yes.
everyone, I'm Onur, working as academician here in materials engineering. I work with Furkan, who is working as an engineering in TİSAŞ. TİSAŞ is a company on production of weapons and guns here in Trabzon. His research areas are weapon technology, surface properties of the guns and weapons. We don't have any experience on Horizon Europe for both of us yet. Our expectations are how to combine our experience and prepare and project proposal here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
I'm Furkan. He said about me. My teammate is Onur. Name is Onur. He has no expertise in Europe programs, and he research metal matrix composite and coating technologies. He wants to take the best recipes, and he wants to write collaborative projects.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Next one.
My friend name is Dr. Momin, working as a project manager in a very important stakeholder sector, which is Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He has experience in international and national projects, and currently he wants to submit a Horizon project to use his connection to bring together different stakeholders on a table. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
I'm here with Dr. Omar. He is an academic since 2021 in this university. He has experience in Horizon projects, and his specialty is fishery management. He wants to apply another Horizon projects. He has experience on it. His experience actually is still growing because still his project is going on. And he wants to apply Horizon project with another Horizon project related to fishery management to understand marine connectivity. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And you can present yourself. I guess.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Murat Kılınç. I'm assistant professor in Department Management Information Systems in Karadeniz Technical University. My research areas are virtual reality and data science. And today I had the chance to meet Mrs. Aynur, but she's not here now. She from the Trabzon Provincial Directorate of Agriculture.
Okay.
I learned that she is preparing a project focused on olives. And to be honest, I was surprised to find out that olives grown in Trabzon because I am from Izmir.
Yes, it's full of olive trees there.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that. Anyone else that didn't introduce himself, herself, or wasn't introduced? All right, so you can relax now and you can listen to me. Yes? Okay, so the most challenging session is over now. So now you can start enjoying, interacting. I'm sure that your adrenaline is in highs. And let's now see the recipe, as I said, very quickly. Yes, because we've seen that there's a quite diverse group of participants from different disciplines, from different research areas, with different expertise. So mainly, most of you are on that stage, that you don't know what Horizon Europe is, you don't know how to exploit it, you're afraid of it. So the three steps that we discussed, the first one is you need to identify and exploit critical information regarding Horizon Europe. And for that, we will work the first session, and we call it Horizon Europe Intelligence, taking advantage, as I said, of the public information to your benefit. As soon as we do that, that's the first step, then we will go to step 2. And step 2 is now to get familiar with the full proposal development cycle. And we call it I-CREATES formula. Why? Because each letter corresponds to a specific step. So you're going to learn all the different steps that are needed in order to develop a successful proposal in Horizon Europe. And then the last one is now you're going to learn with the criteria formula. Every letter here corresponds to a specific hint and a tip that you need to master in order to impress the evaluators with your application, either as a coordinator or as a partner. And as soon as you do that, then you're feeling confident. And that's the important thing. Yes? Now, the magic of that recipe is that if you manage to do that in Horizon Europe, then it will be applicable in many other funding programs. TÜBİTAK national funding programs, Erasmus+, Interreg that we have, cost actions. You will see that many principles of the ones that we will learn are applicable in many other funding programs. So that's a passepartout key, a key that fits many different funding programs. Now, let's start with step 1. And as I said, the Horizon Europe Intelligence. And this is a very similar structure to the one that you've seen at the very beginning. What do you notice, first of all? How many vertical pillars we have? Vertical columns. How many we have? 3. And how many horizontal ones? Horizontal, 2. And there is a purpose of that. And you will see why we have it like that. Why the European Commission, actually it's the European Commission that has it like that. First of all, you need to understand, and that's very important, and if you understand that, the whole structure will be much easier. Why we have Horizon Europe? There is a budget of around 100 billion euros for 7 years, from 2021 until 2027. Why we have 100 billion euros available? Have you ever thought about that? Why? And that's the key purpose of many other European funding programs, and also national ones. Why we have that? Why we need? Huh? Do we need, first of all, to create new scientific knowledge that is useful? Yes or no? Yes, exactly. Then, this is the purpose of Pillar 1, under basic research. Because if we need to create new scientific knowledge, that means that it's basic research. But the European Commission uses the word forefront. knowledge. What forefront means? It means new and useful. So we have that. Okay. What else? Science and scientific knowledge is great. But what else? We need that scientific knowledge to serve the benefits of citizens, the benefits of people. We need that scientific knowledge to improve the living conditions of citizens. So that's why we have Pillar 2. Improve quality of life of citizens. And we need to do that in 6 areas, and then I will go back. We need to make sure that we have better health solutions. We need to make sure that we have societies that are inclusive. What does it mean? They respect democracy, they respect culture. We need to make sure that we live in a society that is secure, not only from cyber attacks, but also from extreme weather conditions, earthquakes, water flooding. So that's why we have Cluster 3. We need to make sure that ICT, digital information communication technologies, also solutions that are adapted by industry, also solutions for space, they are for the benefit of citizens. We need to make sure that our climate is not suffering. We need to make sure that we have green energy that is not polluting the environment. We need to make sure that we have transportation that is green. It doesn't pollute the air that we as citizens breathe. We need to, so that's why we have Cluster 5. We need to make sure that we as humans, the food that we consume, the water that we drink, the nature that we are living is friendly for us, and that's why we have Cluster 6. So you realize what is Pillar 2? Is to improve the living conditions, the quality of life of citizens in those 6 areas. Is that enough? What else we need? Okay, we have some applied research, because this is applied research. So the basic research now, we move it into applied research. But is this enough? Applied research, if we don't do further steps, it will do what? It will remain research. Are we going to see that in society? Are we going to see that in market? No, unless we have Pillar 3. What is Pillar 3? Pillar 3 is to transform the research findings from Pillar 2 into solutions that penetrate the market or the society. That's why we have Pillar 3. So this is very important. And if you understand that, you know more than the majority of people that are active in Horizon Europe. So we have Pillar 1, basic research, creating scientific knowledge. We have Pillar 2, improving quality of life by applied research in 6 different areas. The European Commission calls them clusters. They mean different areas. And we have Pillar 3, which is transform the research findings into solutions that penetrate the market or the society. Clear? Okay. We are still missing something. We could have stopped there. But I believe Horizon Europe is a very intelligent, is a very clever program. Because in Europe, including Turkey, because Turkey is an associate country of Horizon Europe, we have countries that are performing very well in research and innovation. Germany, Scandinavian countries, France, Spain, they're performing quite well. Yes or no? Yes. And then we have what? We have countries that are not performing that well. Turkey, Greece, Slovenia, Slovakia, Malta, Cyprus, Lithuania, Estonia, they're not performing that well because they haven't been that active in research and innovation. Yes or no? Yes. So what the Horizon Europe says, I'm going to have further actions to reduce the gap. So these low research performing countries to learn from high research performing countries. And I will have specific actions for that. And that is called widening participation. To reduce the gap. And widening countries are the countries that are low research performing countries. Turkey is a widening country. So there are programs specifically for those countries, there are 15 countries, that they need to learn the established synergies with high research performing countries in order to reduce that gap. Is that enough? There is still one thing that is missing. All this research that we create, we need to make sure that is a responsible research. What I mean with responsible, it respects ethics. It respects gender balance. It respects open science. I mean, science that, knowledge that is diffused openly. Research data that is openly available. That is listening to the citizens in order to improve quality of life. So that's why we have another horizontal one, which is the responsible research, ensuring ethical research, respecting gender balance, and etc. And now it is complete. Yes or no? Yes? This is why we have that kind of structure in Horizon Europe. I guess you never see that anywhere else, and you will not see it. Only if you see it from the perspective of why we have Horizon Europe. Now, this is very important. Why? Because when you apply in actions under Pillar 1, this is the main focus. So you need to make sure that this is the main focus. When you apply in Pillar 2, this is the main focus, improving quality of life in one of those 6 clusters. When you apply in Pillar 3, this is the main focus. When you apply in widening, this is the main focus. When you apply in responsible research, this is the main focus. And you give emphasis on that in your proposal. First one. Secondly, of course, all these 5 priorities, they need to be present in all the different pillars. But priority 1, this one, and then all the others as a secondary priority. In Pillar 2, priority this one, and all the other ones as secondary priority. In Pillar 3, this one is the main priority, and the other ones are more than welcome. You understand now the concept behind it? Yes? Exactly. And what is the word? I will repeat maybe for the Zoom, because the people in Zoom, they didn't hear that. They say that when we submit a proposal, we need to give focus on one priority depending on the pillar, and then the other ones as secondary ones. That's correct. And the word that is used for that is impact. So first, impact in Pillar 1 is this one. What is impact? Benefit. So first priority benefit from Pillar 1 is this one. Second, for Pillar 2, this is the main expected benefit. In Pillar 3, this is the main expected benefit. And then the same in widening actions. But we don't expect just one benefit, but that's the main benefit that we need to have. Clear? Not one. Yes? Very important. Yes. Remember that. It's very important, because anything else will be based on that. Now, is that crystal clear for everyone? Because it's fundamental. Okay, perfect. Now, what else I would like now is, because we have here many actors from the academic sector, but we have some like the Chamber of Commerce from the non-academic sector. So we need to know which calls, because the first reaction is, Horizon Europe is for the academic sector. No, it's not only for the academic sector, it's also for the non-academic sector. What do we mean with non-academic sector? Chambers of Commerce, SMEs, small and medium enterprises, policy makers, policy advisors, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, industry. All these are non-academic sector. So they fit very well. So in Pillar 1, first of all, we can have them as hosts receiving researchers from the academic sector. So there is a program that the main aim is to train some researchers to conduct their PhDs. You will give the name afterwards, you will see the name. In that case, the non-academic sector can act as a host, can receive that researcher in their premises. and they can have free resources, intellectual resources in their premises. So they can use them there for that. Also, they can be users of research infrastructure. These are very expensive infrastructures that are used in the academic sector. The non-academic sector can be users for them. Here, all these organizations can be either partners or coordinators. It is more than welcome to have them there. Also, in Pillar 3, they can be partners or applicants. Again, also in the widening actions, they can be partners. Yes? Partners, not coordinators. And of course, in making the research responsible, they can act as partners. So you see now that there are also funding opportunities for all the type of organizations, academic and non-academic. So I would like to clarify that Horizon Europe is not only for the academic and research sector. Is that clear? Yes, you need to understand that. And actually, I'm going to tell you that if you focus only in a consortium from the academic sector, you will not be successful. You will not be successful. There is only one exception in European Research Council. That's why you don't see that there. In European Research Council, because you will see ERC is a breakthrough research, basic research, there is no involvement of the non-academic sector. We don't expect that. But in all the other programs, you need to have them if you want to be successful. If you have only parts from the academic, you will fail. So that's another thing that you need to keep in mind. In your consortium, you need to have also partners from the non-academic sector in order to be successful, except ERC. Clear? Yes? Yes? It's not written, it's not from the eligibility criteria, if you mean that. You can have a consortium with only partners from the academic sector, but it will not be accepted. And why is that? And why is that? Because if you go back to the priorities, if you have partners only from the academic sector, how you will tell me that X years after the end of the project, the research findings will be transformed into innovative solutions? So that's why it is impossible to convince the evaluators about that. This is why it is important, the previous slide. There are different options. Yes, on the citizens. Even X years after the end of the project, they need somehow to see that these results, they will create benefits for the citizens. And only with the academic sector, this is not possible. You need entities that will transfer those findings into benefits into society. Who can do that? Mainly the non-academic sector. Industry, SMEs, policy advisors, policy makers, NGOs. Yes. They are the ones, they are the vehicle, the medium, the channel. Yes, you need to have in the consortium also members from the non-academic sector. Yes? Yes, yes, as I said, it's possible. Apart from ERC, also in Marie Curie actions, you need to have that. You need to have that. You will find the sub-programs later. But for the time being, you need to remember that. Successful proposals need to have both academic and non-academic. Clear? Yeah? Let's proceed. Now, in Pillar, as I have already said that, in Pillar 2, but I just have here also for the sake of completeness, we need to have applied research in any of those 6 areas. So it's very important, and that's why definitely we need to see collaboration between all the different types of stakeholders. Another thing, one thing for the Zoom, can you take out the tools from here? Because I want to see the titles. Yes. So this is, okay. Another thing that makes it attractive is the funding rate. The funding rate in Horizon Europe is very attractive. It is the only program that you have 100% funding for the non-for-profit organizations everywhere. So if you are a university, if you are a research institution, which you are a non-for-profit organization, you have 100% funding everywhere. This is very attractive. And this is not only that makes it very attractive, also what is important, thank you. Also, what is important is that there are also some funding types that are called lump sums. We have them in Erasmus Plus mainly. What is a lump sum? A lump sum is that you describe at the proposal stage in a very detailed the budget, how much it will cost per action, per partner, per type of category, staff cost, travel cost, other costs, equipment costs, very detailed. And then when you are accepted, and this is beautiful, then you don't have to submit any financial reports. It costs you more. It costs you less. The European Commission doesn't care. You deliver me results, you're receiving the amount that you're allocated for that work package. This is called lump sum. Yes? One comment? If it says, which program is that? And this is outside Horizon Europe. Okay. You are spoiling me the excitement that I'm bringing here for Horizon Europe. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Yes, this is it's the 50% of the 50% of the budget is lump sum. Yes. Yes. Okay. But that's for Digital Europe. Another program, forget it. We're talking about Horizon Europe now. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, and this is for, but in cases that it's not a lump sum, and there are also, and if you are a for-profit organization, if you are not a university, if you are from the non-academic sector, or you are not an NGO, or you are not a public organization, and you are, for example, an SME, a small and medium enterprise, or from the industry, still there are some programs that you can receive 100% funding. So probably that will change. Do we have here that? Escape. We have that again. Let me try to move it. I would like to move that tools from the title. Put it somewhere. Or disappear fully. No? Because I cannot change the slides afterwards if you... Yes. So now, so we have 100% funding for, if you're participating in that, if you are for-profit organization. Yes, but slide change, it doesn't change. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Congrats. So we have 100% funding here, even for for-profit organizations, if it is a research action, research innovation action. What is research innovation action? We will see that, where the focus is mainly on research activities, not on innovation activities. What is CSA? CSA is a coordination support action. What is a coordination support action? Actions that they don't involve any research activities or innovation activities. Dissemination activities, policy making activities, surveys that we conduct. Yes, no research component at all. So you can still receive, if you are for profit, 100% funding. Very popular on that one. If it is not a research innovation action or a coordination support action, and it is innovation action, IA. What is innovation action? The focus is on innovation activity. You will see the innovation activities later. Then, if you are a for-profit organization, you still receive 70% funding, which is very high also. Normally, we have 50%. You should receive 70%. 70% is the lowest in most of the programs here. Yes? Again, we have between 170, 100% funding, coaching and support, 100% funding except from teaming, 100% funding. So you see that I'm giving you an overview to show you that Horizon Europe, the majority has 100% funding, also for profit organizations. If you are from the academic sector, you always have 100% funding. Or a lump sum. Or a lump sum. A lump sum means that when you receive 100% funding, that means that if it is not a lump sum, then whatever you spent, you are going to receive the money, but you need to provide proof for that. If it is a lump sum, you don't need to provide the proof. Clear? But it's very attractive also. Now, that's very important. That's very important. The TRLs, if you understand. Now, the one thing that I want you to remember is the Horizon Europe purpose, and the other one is to understand the TRLs. It will make your life much easier. You will see it. What is a TRL? In the same manner that we have in our lives a life cycle. Yes? We are born, we are growing, and sometimes maybe we die. Yes? The same thing, it works with our research outcomes. And let me put that in a nice way. First of all, European Commission adapted a scale from NASA from TRL1 to TRL9, and I will explain those. First of all, what TRL means? TRL means what? Technological readiness level. If you try to understand that, you might get confused. Technological readiness level. What does that mean? It means how mature your technology is. How mature your technology is. From 1 to 9. 1 means, and I will explain that, the very basic. 9 means it is in the society now. It is in the market. Now, let's see. Let's start one by one, because I want you to understand that is very important. TRL1. And then I will show you an example. When have you reached TRL1? TRL1 means when you proved on paper, in theory, that your crazy idea can work. On paper. And I will give you an example. Albert Einstein. When he proved on paper that you can convert sunlight into electricity, he had TRL1. He proved that on paper. No experiments on that. And that is TRL1. You have reached TRL1. This is very important. When you prove on paper, what is TRL2? TRL2 is when you prove on paper that not only the theory, but also the technology to support the theory can work. On paper, in theory, then you have reached TRL2. Now, when you go outside the paper, when do you go now? When you go outside the paper, in your lab. When you go in the lab and you have your first experiments successfully conducted, so you have the first experiments with positive results, not all the experiments, the first experiments, then you have reached TRL3. And what is TRL4? TRL4 is when you complete all the experiments and have been successful, no more experiments, in the lab, you are done with experiments in the lab or in a simulated environment. That's the same thing. It might not be in a lab, it might be a simulation. Then you complete TRL4. Then what should be TRL5? TRL5 is when you go outside the lab, outside the simulated environment, and you test your solution with a handful, very limited, a handful means very limited, end users. End users can be what? They can be humans, whoever is an end user. Anyone that is using your solution as input is an end user. So they can be humans. For example, you developed a medicine for Alzheimer's disease. When you give that medicine to the patients with Alzheimer's disease, a handful, and you test it, then the end users are the patients with Alzheimer's disease. However, we can have also end users that are not humans. They might be machines. When you create an algorithm and you give that algorithm to a system, who is the end user there? The system, correct? Not a human. So this is an end user also. And I make that distinction. Why? Because then I will tell you a trick, a tip, when to involve social science and humanities in your project. You need to know that, because that's also very important. As well as you need to involve academic and non-academic applicants, partners in your organization, also you need to know when you're going to involve social science and humanities disciplines in your proposal. But bear with me with some patience. For the time being, when TRL5, what is TRL5? What is TRL5? When you test your solutions with end users, but very limited, a handful, very few. 5, 6, very few. Depends. Then what is TRL6? TRL6 is when you increase the number of end users. Much larger now, number of end users, not a handful, not few. When you have a big number of end users now, that you use them for demonstrating and testing your solution, then you have reached TRL6 and you receive positive feedback. Positive feedback means when do you have reached TRL6? When the big number of end users says it works well. That is TRL6. What is TRL7? TRL7 is when you complete the whole testing. No more testing. When you are done with the testing with the end users, then you have reached TRL7. And now, since there is no testing, what else is needed in TRL8 to achieve TRL8? To prototype is already at TRL5. TRL8 is when you have received all the feedback from the testing and you complete the system. You have a complete solution now. It's done. When your solution is ready, then you have reached TRL8. And when is TRL9? When your complete solution penetrates the market or the society. That is TRL9. Yes? This is very important to understand. Is it clear? Because otherwise I will have to repeat it. Because if you understand that, you will know more than 90% of the people know in Horizon Europe. You will know more than them if you understand that. One question there and then there. Yes? 7 is when you complete the testing. The testing. But you still know what has to be improved because you complete the testing, you got feedback from the end users, but you need now to apply that feedback in order to complete the system in TRL8. That's the difference. Yes? 3 and 4. TRL3 is when you have your first experiments in the lab successfully. First, but you're not done with experiments in the lab or in the simulated environment. You need to conduct further experiments in the lab in the simulated environment. When you are done with all the experiments in the lab, then you reach TRL4. Yes? And? The TRL level is not depending on the discipline, it depends on how mature your technology is. Only that. It's the same everywhere. If you are dealing with health, for example, in health, when you are conducting your first experiments with guinea pigs, with mice, yes, then it is TRL 3. When you are done with all your experiments in the lab with the mice, it's TRL 4. The same thing in a simulated environment. You work with MATLAB, and then you are conducting your first simulations in the control environment, in the industry, and it is successful, it produces something. when you complete all the measurements in the simulated environment in MATLAB, then you have completed TRL4. Completely different disciplines, but it's the same TRL. Yes? Now, there is one thing, and that thing is in social science and humanities. In social science and humanities, you don't have, maybe in some cases, you don't produce technological solutions. Yes? You produce knowledge. In that case, you don't have TRL levels. And that's the exception. And that could be the case if we have the 6 clusters. You remember in pillar 2, we have 6 clusters. Which cluster could be the one that doesn't have technological solutions? Maybe. We have cluster 1 health, cluster 2 inclusive societies, cluster 3 security, cluster 4 ICT, cluster 5 energy, and cluster 6 agriculture. So which one of those 6 clusters could not have TRLs, most likely? Exactly. 2, inclusive societies, because if we don't create something that is technological based, then we don't need technological readiness levels. Yes? Very good question. No, it is TRL9. Then it will be another version of that solution afterwards when you improve it. It will be release 2, release 3. But still, it will be a TRL9 because it is already used. You are selling it in the market. If you're selling in the market, it's TRL9. If you decide X years after that to improve your solution, it will still be TRL9, but another release. Always TRL9. Very good question also, to clarify that. Yes? It's very important, as I said, to distinguish whether you are creating knowledge or whether you are creating a technological solution. If it is knowledge, then it doesn't have TRL. If it is a technological solution, even in the marine sector, it needs to have TRLs. Okay? Now, since we are discussing that, I don't know whether I have it, I think I have it here. We have, in addition to the TRLs, also SRLs, societal readiness levels. Yes? How ready is the society to accept your knowledge or your solution? But I will talk a little bit about that later. I'm opening a bracket here. I'm creating some enthusiasm, some excitement here, as you will see. Yes? Nine. Yes? Very good question. I like reflections, first of all. So I like that you reflect. Now, that's very good. The European Commission says, okay, you penetrate the market, but I see that your solution has global interest. I'm going to give you up to 15 million euros in your equity in order to support you to penetrate global markets. Yes? To expand your reach. Yes? Not to improve your solution, but to make it more marketable, to increase the market that can receive. So they have thought about everything, as you can see.
I have done and everything is ready and I did very good experiments. I have good results, and I can say I want to improve because I trust it's going to be very good for the public and for the students or something.
That's a very good question. The question was whether we need to show a higher TRL or a lower TRL in our proposal in order to be accepted. The European Commission or the program tells you which should be the starting or end TRL. They tell you that already. You will see that. be patient a little bit, but they tell you that. All right, depending on the program. I will have another slide on that. Okay. No. It's good that you raised that. Any other question from that? Okay, so we have here the example, Albert Einstein, when he came with that. Then we had Bell Labs. They took that crazy theory and they proved in the lab that it can work, even though it was just with 5% efficiency. Then we have Etaha, in a spin-off company, that they created a flexible solar panel with 20% efficiency. So you see how knowledge that is created from basic research goes to applied research and then goes to innovation. And we have the TRLs here that are increased. Yes, with an example. But it's very clear to understand, to have that example. Let's see if I have something else before we... yes, let me finish that. So you see, this is what I was saying, and then I will give another example. In Pillar 1, since we're dealing with basic research, the TRLs are expected to be very low. 1, 2, 3. Yes or no? Yes. In Pillar 2, from TRL 3 to TRL 7. And why we have TRL 3 to TRL 7? If it is a research innovation action where the focus is on research, do we have higher TRLs or lower TRLs? Based on what we discussed. We have research innovation actions and innovation actions, correct? In innovation actions, the focus is on innovation. In research innovation actions, the focus is on research. So, if we have a RIA, research innovation action, do we have lower TRLs or higher TRLs? Lower. So, TRL 3 to 4, 5. And when we have innovation actions, TRLs 5 to 6, 7. Because the higher is our TRL, the higher is our innovation element, and the lower is our research component. That's why it's very important to understand the TRLs. So again, here, and I will say why we have TRL 1 here, and I will say why, don't worry. Normally, what we should have is TRL 8 to 9. Yes or no? Yes. Now, European Commission for Horizon Europe did that. They moved under European Innovation Council, EIC, we have some calls that are called Pathfinder and Transition calls. These in Horizon 2020, they were used future and emerging technologies. They were under Pillar 1 in Horizon 2020, the previous one. Now they moved them here because they say, okay, here I want you to start with a breakthrough idea, which is a breakthrough idea is TRL 1. I want you to start with a breakthrough idea, but that breakthrough idea, in the future, it should disrupt the market, the society and the market. It's going to be very successful. If you can come with an idea, not scientific one, but a breakthrough idea, starting with a very low TRL, and at the end, some years after the end of the project, it will disrupt the whole market, then I would like to find it under Pillar 3. That's why we start with some cases, in some cases with very low TRLs. Because we want to have TRLs of a breakthrough and a high innovative and competitive globally potential. Okay? But normally, I agree, you should expect to see 8, 9. And then we have here the basic and applied research. So research components could collaborate, so we can have also from TRL to TRL 7 and no TRLs on ethical and responsible research. Okay. Let me see if there is something else before we have our break. No, I will stop here. We can have our break. If that is okay, yes, to have some rest for 15 minutes. Is that okay with you? 15 minutes, yes? 16 until 11:30. Yes? 11:30. 11:30. Okay, enjoy it and talk to you. If you have some questions, let me know. Yes, you will receive them. Yes, you will receive them, all of them. Sometimes take it because you might want to ask, but you will receive the whole set of slides. Huh? Okay? a slide to see, depending on the TRLs, how many funding opportunities we have. We have different funding opportunities because there isn't one funding call for all the TRLs. Because as you will see, normally in TRLs, we're expected in one project, funding one, to increase the TRL 2 levels. If our starting TRL is 1, we need by the end of the project to be TRL 3. If it is TRL 2, to be TRL 4. I have another slide on that. But for the time being, I don't want you to pay attention to any of those calls for the time being. But you see that depending on the TRL, we have many different programs. For example, even when you have a crazy idea and you want to get some prize for that crazy idea, there is a call in Horizon Europe. It's called EIT, European Innovation Technology Calls. They can give you a prize just because you had a crazy idea. You didn't even prove it on paper. That's why it is what? TRL? Even lower than that. 0. You didn't even prove that on paper. So you have that crazy idea. If they like your crazy idea, they might give you a prize for that. Or they might support you as part of an accelerator. Just for the idea. EIT, 0. TRL 0. That's why I have it here. It's not that visible, but you will see it in your notes. It is TRL 0. When you prove on paper the theory behind your idea, then there are also many calls like the AIC Pathfinder, EIC Transition Fund, the ERC, the Marie Curie actions, Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions that are mobility actions, but we will see a little bit more on those. And when your TRL is something like TRL 3 to TRL 4, you see we have research innovation actions. When your TRL is TRL 5 and 6, we have innovation actions, that's one. We have Eurostars, that's another one, another program. The ESC pre-accelerator, the widening programs, the European partnerships, ESX, cascade funding, KICS, accelerate, many different funding opportunities. You don't need to know those, but you need to see that depending on the TRLs, we have different funding opportunities. That's why it's very important to know your TRL. And this is why I'm answering your question, because you said, how can we know whether we need to increase our TRL in order to impress the evaluators? No, depending on the type of action, there are specific TRLs. The European Commission already has those pre-specified. So if they're going to give you, for example, funding for innovation actions, they expect your solution at the end of it to be within TRL 7, 6, sometimes 7, or TRL 5 in some rare cases. All right. You had a question? If they have a crazy idea, and that crazy idea is what? Is it a crazy idea about innovation? Is it a crazy idea about scientific? No, prepare a project is a different thing. First of all, what is the starting point of that idea? You always need to ask that question for everyone. What is the starting TRL of your idea? Is it because the starting TRL, if you have already worked in your labs, you had conducted your first experiments, then your starting TRL is what? TRL? No, if you have already conducted, before asking your, is 3. When you have conducted your first experiments successfully, your starting TRL is TRL 3. Yes or no? So always you need to be very clear, also in your proposals, what is your starting TRL and what is your end TRL. So whenever you are having an idea about a proposal, an idea about a project, the first thing that you need to clarify very clearly is what is your starting TRL. Because if you do that, you will know in which funding application, first of all, you need to go. What do you mean the most difficult from what perspective? Or you have a huge fantasy and creativity. Yes, yes, you an open mind. It's very popular for students. University students, they participate in 8 calls. They submit some very crazy ideas. And some of them get some prizing. Because it's the hard thing is to prove that your idea works. The easy thing if you're creative is to come out with very nice ideas. So that's why students, because they don't have any research experience, they are very good at it. Okay? Also, you can say that. You need to be very careful sometimes, because if you want to create something that is breakthrough, you don't know the outcome in many cases. Yes? Because if you know the outcome, then that might create some concerns to the evaluators. They say, it's not that breakthrough. Because it's going to be very, it's not going to be that ambitious. And ambition is a very critical element in European research and innovation. Okay? Clear? Anything else on that? So the idea is that we have a lot of different funding opportunities depending on the calls. I have to say also, Horizon Europe is very attractive, not only because of its funding rate, but also the advance payment as soon as you sign the contract will be between 45 to 90 days, normally 45 days. It's very quickly. You receive, by the time you sign the contract, you receive the funding in 45 days. The advance payment. Yes? Of course, it's not that bureaucratic. It might seem so, but it's not that bureaucratic. Yes? So that's also very important. We talked about the lump sum. As soon as you sign the contract, if it costs less or more, the European Commission doesn't care. You don't have any financial audits, no financial reports. You have only technical audits. You deliver your work. You receive what you should receive for that work package. So that's also very attractive. However, because of all these reasons, it's very competitive. Yes? Many actors from all over Europe, they are participating on that. And in some cases, it is hard if you don't have a network, and I will show you that, to join consortia if you are a partner. Yes? It can be a little bit tricky. And if you don't have the experience, it might be challenging to write a successful proposal. And in some cases, you don't know which program is for you, which sub-program in Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is a huge program. So we will see those and we'll try to clarify them as much as possible. Now, something that I said, and I will repeat it here. The TRLs are very important because, as a rule of thumb, during the funding period, you are expected to increase the TRL by 2 levels. So that's why it's very important to know your starting point. Is your starting TRL TRL1? Then at the beginning of the project. Then by the end of the project, it needs to be TRL3. So you need by the end of the project to have the first experiments or the first simulations successfully completed, the first ones. Is it TRL3 that you proved also not only the idea that can work, but in theory, but also the technology behind the idea that can work? That is TRL2. Then by the end of the project, you need to have completed all the lab experiments, all the simulations. Is the starting point, you have already conducted the first experiments in the lab or in the simulated environment now, before the beginning of the project. By the end of the project, you need to have already tested your solution with a handful of end users. Is it you have already completed all the experiments in the lab or in the simulated environment? By the end of the project, you need to have TRL6, which means that you need to have a large number of end users testing your solution. Is your starting point, you have already as a starting point tested your solution with a handful of end users, a limited number of end users? By the end of the project, you need to have complete all the testing. Is your starting point already, you have already tested your solution with a big number of end users, TRL6, then by the end of the project, you need to have reached TRL8, which is you need to have the system completed. No more testing, no more development, no more fine-tuning. Is your starting point TRL7, which you are done with the whole testing? By the end of the project, you need to have penetrated the market. This is very important. During the why, and I want you to listen to that, because if you're going to be successful. Successful proposals, they do two things very well regarding that. They explain convincingly what is their starting point, how there is, if it is TRL4, how there is TRL4. What is the work that has been done and they have reached TRL4. So they need to show that, because otherwise the expert, they will say, this is just science fiction. It's not something robust and convincingly. So you need to explain convincingly how you have reached the current TRL now that you write the proposal. Is that clear? It's extremely important. Now, if you do that, then, okay, you expect by the end of the project to reach 2 TRLs. So the next thing is that you need to show how you're going to increase the TRLs in order to reach, for example, TRL6 if it is TRL4. And the last thing that not many applicants are doing, and it's very important, is to show by the end of the project you reach TRL6, for example. What will be, you need to say that in the proposal, what will be your follow-up actions? What is a follow-up actions after the end of the project that you will follow in order to reach TRL9? So X years after the end of the project, what will be your strategy in order to ensure that your solution will penetrate global markets of the society? Even in one paragraph, saying, by the end of the project, as soon as we have reached TRL6, we will establish strategies with the industry, or our industrial partner that is part of the consortium will undertake further actions, establish synergies in order to go from TRL6 to TRL7, then to extend the number of users that will be testing it in order to fine-tune it and penetrate the market, starting first of all in Germany, France, and Spain, that we have the biggest number of partners from that consortium. That's it. One paragraph. But it's very important to say it. Why? Because you need to show that you have clear purpose to reach, to transform your research findings some years after the end of the project and transform them and penetrate the market and the society. Half a paragraph, one paragraph. Not more than that, but you need to do that. Is that clear? So, half a paragraph or half a page or one paragraph, what will be your follow-up actions after the end of the project? 1 page, more or less, to show how you reach the current TRL in your proposal, and 4, 5 pages, how you will increase the TRL from your current TRL to the +2 end TRL. And you need to have that. Very important. If you don't do that, you will be lost. And the evaluators will give you a low mark. They will give low mark, the evaluators. They will give a low mark. They want to see those 3 elements. How you reach the current TRL, 1 page, 1.5. How you will increase the TRLs, the 2 TRLs, 5 pages in the methodology. That's part of the methodology, your scientific methodology. And what is your vision? What are your follow-up actions after the end of the project? Half a page, which is part of the impact. That's it. So that's why I insist a lot on TRLs. Any questions on that? Okay. So try to become familiar as quickly as possible with the TRLs. It makes our life much, much easier. Now, in addition to TRLs, we need to understand that Horizon Europe, we need to see, we've seen Horizon Europe from the purpose point of view. Yes or no? Improving living conditions, basic research, applied research, innovation, widening, and etc. We've seen from the purpose point of view. We've seen the Horizon Europe from the TRL's point of view structure. We've seen that. Pillar 1 is 1 to 3, Pillar 2 is from 3 to 7, Pillar 3 is from 1 to 9, although it would have been from 8 to 9. Correct? Now we're going to see the Horizon Europe structure from the type of actions. And you will see what I mean with that. In Horizon Europe, we have two types of calls mainly. We have bottom-up and top-down calls, we call them. What is that? And it's interesting. Bottom-up calls is when you need to specify what will be the specific expected benefits from your solution. You need to specify what will be the specific objectives. You need to specify what will be the long-term and short-term benefits from your project in a bottom-up. In a top-down, what should be the short and long-term expectations from the project? What should be the key project objectives? What should be even your approach are already prescribed in the call description. The call describes in detail what are the expectations from the winning project. In benefits, long-term, short-term, in objectives, even in hints in the approach. They are very detailed. And these are called top-down calls. So, top-down calls are prescribed. Now, Horizon Europe is is one of the few European funding programs that has a lot of top-down calls. Most of the budget in Horizon Europe goes to top-down calls. Why? Why the European Commission prescribes the expectations? Because exactly, they need to be aligned with the aims, or it needs to, because if you want to improve living conditions, you know what has to be improved, but you don't know how to improve it. So, if you have a great idea, where do you go first? You go to a bottom-up call or to a top-down call? If you have a great idea. Bottom-up, exactly. If you have great experience in a specific area, where do you go first? To a top-down call. That's also why it is interesting to know which are bottom-up and which are top-down calls. And we have here, more or less, a classification. Pillar 1 is bottom-up. Pillar 2 is top-down, because they know how to do that. Pillar 3 mainly is bottom-up. Widening is bottom-up. And responsible research is top-down. As a rule of thumb. There are some exceptions. They are called challenges. So the European Commission, even in bottom-up calls, sometimes they would like to achieve specific outcomes, specific expectations. So they add, in the context of a bottom-up call, some top-down calls. They don't call them top-down calls, they call them challenges. So you might come, if you are participating in widening action, you might see a challenging, so it's a top-down call. Or if you're participating in a Pathfinder, you will see challenges there. These are top-down calls, but this is a minority. The general rule is that Pillar 1 is bottom-up, Pillar 2 is top-down, Pillar 3 is bottom-up, widening is bottom-up. So you need to have great ideas in the bottom-up goals. You need to have great expertise in order to fulfill the expectations, to see how you're going to fulfill the expectations from a top-down call. Is that clear? And you will see also a big difference when we will see how to read a top-down call. Today, you will learn how to read a top-down call, because A top-down call description gives you everything that you need to know of the winning profile of your project, of your proposal, which is a project. It says that in the call, as long as you know how to interpret it. So we will see that. All right, in a top-down call. And if you see that in a top-down call, then you will know that when you go to a bottom-up call, you know that, okay, what is expected in a bottom-up call? To express what should be the short-term and long-term benefits, to be more clear with my objectives, to be more clear with my approach. So you are learning also things that you need to specify in a bottom-up call. So that's why top-down calls are very important. One reason on that one. The other one is that 50+% of the whole funding goes to top-down calls in Horizon Europe. So out of these 100 billion euros, 60 billion euros go to top-down calls. So that's why you need to be more familiar with them. Clear? Okay. Now, okay, we have here the research innovation actions where the focus, as I said, is on research activities. What do we mean with research activities? Basic and applied research, technology development, a small-scale prototype. These are things that we expect to see in a research innovation action. On the other hand, in innovation action, we increase TRLs, so it's higher TRL. So we see prototyping, testing, demonstrating, piloting in large scale, and etc. So these are the activities that we see in innovation action. So that's why we see higher TRL, as we have already discussed. All right. Now, here we have the same example as I said before. So if we had, for example, Albert Einstein today, and he came with that crazy idea to convert sunlight into electricity, either he would have been awarded an ERC from Pillar 1, which is supporting breakthrough research, or if he was a PhD student or a postdoc student, and we wanted to help him to learn from others, do some experience sharing, go and do some of his postdoc research or some of his PhD research in another institution, he would have been receiving a Marie Curie action. So you're starting now to understand the difference between the different sub-programs. ERC is for developing something that is of really breakthrough. Marie Curie are actions for capacity building for researchers, to make early stage researchers, PhD students, and postdoc researchers more competent in their research activities. How we do that? Training them, very, very good supervision, and mobilities. Go to another institution and learn from them. Do some experience sharing. That is what Marie Curie actions are. On the other hand, if we had Bell laboratories and they were collaborating with some other partners, then in order to test that crazy idea from Albert Einstein into their labs and provide some findings, they would have been receiving a research innovation action. Why? Because the focus is on research. We still have activities taking place where? In the lab, but in collaboration. So that's why it's research innovation actions and innovation actions require consortia. You need to work with other partners. ERC can work on your own also. Also, there are some types of Marie Curie actions that you can work on your own. You can receive some fellowship. They are called Marie Curie and Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action Fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship, if you are a postdoc. But research innovation actions and innovation actions, you need to work in consortia. There are also some other Marie Curie actions that you need to work in consortia, but for the time being, I want you to give emphasis on research innovation action. Now, if we had ETH, Zurich, the university, that was participating with other organizations in order to develop this solar flexible panel, if it was in a consortium, they would have been receiving an innovation action grant. If it was on their own, so suppose that only that spin-off from ETH was participating, then they could have been receiving an ESC accelerator fund. So depending on the partnerships, depending on the TRLs, depending on whether you need expertise from other resources, either you go in a collaboration, in a consortium, or you go on your own. The important thing that I want you to remember is that the European Commission has funding opportunities and for individuals, and for individual organizations, and for consortia. This is what I want you to remember. Clear? For the time being. So it's quite open on that. Now, let's see, and that's I want you to put into context how to read a funding call. It's very important. You don't go through like that. You need to know what you're reading. Sometimes even one word matters, and you will see that. Even one word matters for the successful implementation of a proposal. So, first of all, where do you find the funding opportunities? Where do you see where are the open calls? Any ideas? Where do you see where are the funding opportunities in Horizon Europe? How do you see that? What is the name of that website? Funding and Tenders Portal. Very good. So there is one website that is called Funding and Tenders Portal. You Google it, you will see also the link here. You will see all the closed funding opportunities that have been closed, all the open ones, and forthcoming. But these are official ones. Yeah? So you go to the Funding and Tenders Portal. That's either you Google it or you go to that link. So that's the first source. It is a big database that you put here your keyword, and you will see what kind of calls are currently open. And actually say, I would like you to show me the open ones or the forthcoming ones. I don't want any closed ones. Because why you don't want any closed ones? Because it's too late. Yes or no? Yes. So you go there and you say, give me all the open calls in pesticides, in forestry. Yes, and they will give you the calls that are open or they are expected to. That's one way. The other way is that you see the calls online. The other one is again in the Funding and Tenders Portal. You don't see that here, but you will see it in your notes. You go to the reference documents and you download a document that contains all the funding opportunities per cluster. You remember that in Pillar 2, we have how many clusters, how many research areas? 6. So we expect to have 6 work programs in PDF format. All the calls, 80 calls, 100 calls, 200 calls, they are in that PDF document. No, the open ones. Sometimes includes also the closed ones, because some of them might be for 2024, some of them might be for 2025. The work program normally is for 2 years. So some of them might be closed, some of them will be open, but you will see all of them. Now, why and you go to the reference documents and you can download the ones for your cluster, for your sub-action. Now, for now, we still haven't, the European Commission hasn't published officially the funding opportunities for 2025. We expect them this May. Yes? Now, there are, however, some draft work programs. So if you go to the Funding and Tenders Portal, you will not see any funding opportunities that are expected because they are not officially yet. You don't see any the funding opportunities that with a deadline in September. You will not see that. Not even if you go to the reference documents. But if you ask your NCPs, if you search on the internet, you will see the draft work programs, which are the ones that we expect the European Commission very soon to officially publish. But you will see them in the internet, unofficially. Unofficially, I repeat. But it's very important to have access to those. Yes? And you will see a link afterwards, I think, on those. Because you will need to know what is expected before their publication. Because now the synergies are established. Now it's very important to see, even before the publication of the call, whether there are any interested calls for you, for forestry, for cyber security, for marine, for all your different interests. So you check the internet, or you will see a link also in my notes that you can download them. I've collected them from the internet and I included them in one area. So one thing is to be able to find them. That's okay, it is settled. The other thing is to be able to understand them. So let's see now how we read a top-down call. First of all, we need to see the description of the format of the call from the table of contents. So this is cluster 1 health. It's the same. If you check all the other ones, you will see that they follow the same structure. What is the same structure? Then I will go back. You will see that they have destinations. Then we have calls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different calls under that destination. Then we have a destination 2 with different calls. Then we have destination 3 with different calls. So you see that we have group of calls, yes or no? This group of calls are called what? Destinations, correct? Why we need to know that? Because, so you see that cluster 4 has a lot of calls. Cluster 5 also has a lot of calls. Also cluster 6 has a lot of calls. All these are different calls. Now, this is where if you click on that link, if you don't want to ask your NCP or if you don't want to look at the internet, if you click on that link, you will download all the draft work programs on that. Now, let's see how to read it. So let's go back to and see the table of contents. We have a destination. The destination is very important because not in the call, in the destination, this, if you read that page, if you go to page 201 or 4, whatever that is, if you go to that page and you will check the bullet points that there are there, you will see what are the long-term benefits that are expected from all the projects that will be funded under that destination. So all the projects funded under each one of those calls, they need X years after the end of the project to produce some benefits. Those benefits are described in, and you will see an example, those benefits are described in the destination, in the introduction to those calls. So what does that mean? That means that the information that you need to know about your project, what kind of expectations are needed, you're not going to find them only in the call topic description, on that one, on that one, on that one, but you need to check also the destination. That's very important. Why? Because we have the long-term benefits that are expected from your project or in destination. So if it is a call under destination 1, then you need to go to that in destination 1 and see what are the expected impacts. This is the name that they give, expected impacts. So this is one thing, and I will explain that. Now, if you're interested on that call, suppose it is that one here call, then if you click on page 2218, which one is that, then you will see what you need to achieve during the project. Not after the project. After the project, where do you find what you need to achieve? In there? Where do you find what you need to achieve after the end of the project? In the destination. What you need to achieve during the project, you find it in the call topic description. So you will find the short-term benefits. What should be the benefits that you need to achieve by the end of the project? You will find also what should be the expected project objectives. You will find them there. You will see an example. You will find also hints on what you need to pay attention or what you need to consider in your methodology. All this in 1.5 pages, 2 pages. This is all the information that you find in about a call topic in 1 or 2 pages. All right. Now, let's see an example. So we will go to page 201, whatever that is. The projector is not that well, so that's why it doesn't give you. It will say to you what are the expected benefits after the end of the project. So this is the text. We went to that destination. This is introduction. Okay, you can read it. You don't have to read it. what you need to pay attention is to those bullet points here. The bullet points are the expected impacts. What are expected impacts? Long-term, what? Benefits. What are long-term benefits? X years after the end of the project. Say 5 years, 3 years, 10 years. Or some 5 years and some of them 7 years. But they are after the end of the project. So you see the bullet points. And now it's not visible here. So you need to write some notes, because we don't have a flip chart, unfortunately. I don't see any. So here they will say the projects under this destination should fulfill either all of the following. If it says all, then that means all. How many bullet points you have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So all bullet points. If it says some, then that means less than 50% as a rule of thumb. If it says several of the following, it means more than 50%. Yes? If it says one of the following, because it might say that also. So, I repeat, if it says all, 100% of the bullet points. If it says some, because in some case you will see that, it means less than 50%, less or equal. If it says several, it means more or equal to the following bullet points. And if it says one, it's one. These are the conventions that you need to remember. All right. And that is not applicable only for expected impacts. Whenever you see bullet points in the call topic description, you always check before the bullet points what word they have. Do they have one, several, some, all? In expect outcomes, in the project objectives. Whenever you see bullet points, you check the word that is before the bullet points. Always. And we will see a lot of bullet points in the call topic descriptions. Is that clear? Yes? So some, what does it mean? Some means less than 50%. Perfect. Several means more than 50%. Okay, that's the main, because the other one is obvious. All means 100, one means one. Clear? So that's the first tip that I want you to remember when you read the call topic description. Now, okay, these are the expected outcomes. Yes, these are the bullet points that we discussed. Now we will go to the call topic description. We will click on that page here, on the PDF. So first of all, we will find some statistics, not statistics, some the budget information regarding the call. First of all, we will see the type of action. So we see here that this is innovation action. It's not that visible, sorry about that. So innovation action, what does it mean? Immediately when you see the word innovation action, what is the TRL? Higher. So it will be 5, 6, 7. I mean, starting 5, ending 7, starting 4, ending 6. But the end TRL should be minimum TRL 5, minimum. Normally we desire more, 6 and 7. But immediately you know that now, because you know what TRL means. Even if it doesn't say it, even if sometimes you might see in the call topic description the TRL to be mentioned. Even if it is not mentioned, now you know what should be your starting TRL and what should be your end TRL. By what? By that word. If it's innovation action, or if it was saying here research innovation action, then what will be your end TRL? Maximum 5. 5 maximum. So starting 3, ending 5. More or less. Or in some cases starting 2, ending 4. Because what we said a rule of thumb. You increase the TRLs by 2. You see now how nicely now you can, by following those rules, how you can navigate and understand better the whole concept behind it. So the first thing that I want you is that one. Okay. If it was saying, for example, coordination support action, do we have their TRLs? In TRLs? No. In coordination, in CSA, as we said at the very beginning, there is no research activities or innovation activities. It's just policy, surveys, dissemination, promotion, project results. So if there is no research or innovation activity, we don't have TRLs. Very clearly. Perfect. So this is one thing that we make a note on that. The other one is that it says here, contribution per project. It says how much will be the funding per project. So that is very important, first of all, because it shows you how the size of the project. Project can be 2 million euros, 5 million euros, 10 million euros, sometimes 25 million euros. So you know what will be the size of the project. That's very important, because in many cases, if the project is around 1 or 2 million euros, or sometimes 3 million euros, they don't expect, they will say the winning project should achieve some of the following expected outcomes. Or you know that if it is a low budget, 2-3 million euros, you know that you don't have to complete to fulfill all the expected impacts, all the short-term, all the long-term benefits from the project in the destination. That's okay. So that's also important. The other thing is that it will say also how much is the budget for that call. So they say that each call is allocated a budget. Suppose that it says 10 million euros. And then they say here that the expected funding per project is 5 million euros. How many projects will get funded? 2. Is it important to know that? Yes. Because if there is one call that the total budget for that call is 10 million euros and the funding per project is 10 million euros, that means that only one project will get funded. So that means it's better to avoid it or find who should be applying for it and try to convince them to take you on board, not initiate a proposal on that. So that's also very important information. Yes or no? It is. Yeah? So that's also the information that we take. The other one is the eligibility conditions. Okay, the eligibility condition is not that it's standard in more or less, but we need to read it. I mean, we need 3 minimum partners from 2 + 1 associate country, let's say Turkey, participating. That's minimum eligibility conditions. But we read them because sometimes they might require some specific extra partners. For example, there was a call in energy, not in Horizon Europe, but in Horizon 2020, that they say that consortia should have also partners from energy innovation countries, something like that. And there were 7 proposals that were submitted. And how many proposals were funded? 0. Why? Because no one showed that. They were all ineligible. No one paid attention to that. They had to involve some countries from USA, from Canada, from Australia. But they didn't see that. And they failed. So always read that. In some cases, yes, it might be standard. But in some few cases, it might require some extra conditions that you need to be fully familiar with. Okay? Good. So we are done with that. So we have now all the information. I've explained to you how you're going to take advantage of the information that is on the table format. Then we go on the paragraph format. Yes? The first thing that it says here, it says expected outcomes. Now, what I want you to remember, is that expected outcomes are short-term benefits from the project result. And when I say short-term benefits, I mean by when? By the end of the project. If you read the definition in the application, you will see that the expected outcomes should take place during or shortly after the end of the project. But I want you to remember, I don't want you to have to escape by providing your expected outcomes shortly after the end of the project. I want you to always have a plan to achieve the expected outcomes by the end of the project. Why? Because it's a competitive call. Suppose that one proposal says, I'm going to submit the expected outcomes by the end of the project. The other one says, I'm going to achieve the expected outcomes 1 year or 6 months after the end of the project. Which one will have an advantage if everything else is the same? Exactly the first one. So that's why I want you to say by the end of the project. Why? Because by the end of the project also you are not afraid, because you're subject to a technical review. You're going to show that I'm going to achieve them, and I'm going to be assessed based on that. I'm very confident that I can achieve them. Is that clear? Now, then you check here whether it has here, whether it has some, several, all, one of the following expected outcomes. So that's the next thing that you need to do. And then you have an idea how many of those you need to achieve by the project completion. After the expected outcomes, so the structure of all the calls has expected outcomes as short-term benefits. Then the other one is that it has here, it says scope. That's the other subtitle that they give in the call funding description. Expected outcomes are short-term benefits. Expected impacts are what? Long-term. Where do we find expected impacts? In destination. Expected outcomes in the call topic description. After the expected outcomes, we have the scope. The scope normally starts with 1 or 2 paragraphs, not bullet points. 1 or 2 paragraphs. These 1 or 2 paragraphs, they give the challenges that the project will have to address. Scientific challenges, societal challenges, economical challenges, or opportunities. So the first paragraphs, 1 or 2, they give the challenges, the problems that your project, if it gets funded, will give a solution. So it's very important to know that. Yes? Because if your project doesn't address problems, it will not get funded. So you need to understand the problems. Then after that, in some cases, we might see after the problems, what do we need? We need solution. So normally the scope has 1 or 2 paragraphs that they give, okay, in order to address those challenges, this is the solution that we see, the key project purpose. The project purpose, another paragraph. And in some case, they might tell you in order to achieve that purpose and address the challenges, they might give you some hints on what kind of methodology you're going to follow. Hints on the approach. Sometimes they have that kind of paragraph over there, sometimes they don't. You check it. But you need to see, because hints on the approach are very useful, or hints on the consortium synthesis, because you more or less have a framework of your methodology and you have a framework of your consortium synthesis. All that from the call topic description. So you get that there. Hints on the consortium synthesis. Then, then after that, eventually we have some bullet points. Now, again, we check whether it says some, several, or all. One never says one here. Some, several, or all of the bullet points. Whenever we see bullet points, we have that. And these bullet points are the project objectives now. They're telling you, this should be the project objectives of the winning projects. Those bullet points. It's very important. They tell them to you. Okay, we will do them. And then they might give you some further hints on the approach. Normally, this is where we see some tips and hints on what should be the framework of your approach. And then you continue with some further hints. And so all the other paragraphs that follow after the bullet points, normally there are hints on the approach or on the consortium synthesis. And that's the end of the call. That's another call. Ignore that. So 1.5 pages. What was the length of one call topic description? 1.5 pages, maximum 2 pages. So in 2 pages, we've seen, first of all, short-term benefits. We've seen key problems that have to be addressed. What is the key project, the purpose that the winning project should have? What should be the project objectives? And some hints on the approach and on the consortium synthesis. So you have already the profile of the winning projects, as long as you understand them. And what is still missing? Your expertise, and says, okay, how am I going to achieve, based on my expertise, I need to explain how I'm going to achieve those expected objectives. Based on my expertise, how am I going to achieve those short-term benefits? You need to describe that. So the whole proposal intelligence lies on the fact how well and how convincingly you will use your experience in order to fulfill those expectations. And that is the beauty of a top-down call. Clear? And this is what I said, sometimes a word matters, because if it says here all and you address, if it says several and you address some of them, then you don't have a good advantage. So that's why a word sometimes can play a key difference. Okay. Questions on that? Interesting, eh? How we read it, the top-down call. Okay, so now that's important. Now you know how to do that. And do we have someone? We don't have someone here from Social Science and Humanities. Do we have someone? You have from Social Science and Humanities? Someone else? Yes, you can be considered. Okay, also there. Interesting. Because, okay, Nicholas, you talked about TRLs and etc. What is going on with Social Science and Humanities now? Eh? It's not for us. Well, actually, on the contrary. I believe that the actors that are involved in social science and humanities, and I'm going to disrupt the current concept, they have more opportunities than the ones that they have a technological focus in their research interest. And I will explain why. Now, first of all, directly, yes, for social science and humanities, directly, cluster 2, as we discussed already, is for social science and humanities. Yes? Okay, directly we need calls on that. However, also, ERC, breakthrough research in social science and humanities, there are 3 different panels that they accept only proposals, breakthrough ideas in social science and humanities, in ERC. Also, in postdoctoral fellowships, in doctoral, in developing networks for PhDs, in developing funding schemes for postdocs. They are in different areas. There you can have postdoc fellowships, doctoral PhDs in social science and humanities, directly. Yes? In a cluster 2, also they play a key role, social science and humanities, in making research responsible. So these are, if you are from that area, you need to make sure that you exploit those calls or those sub-pillars, let's put it that way. However, this is not over. Social science and humanities, they have to be included, considered, integrated in many other different calls. And let me tell you an example. Actually, it is in all 6 clusters, as you will see. In all 6 clusters, and there is one condition. We have, first of all, how can you identify calls that they require social science and humanities? You go to the funding and research portal. In the keyword, you put your social science and humanities research interest. And you will see whether there are some that are requiring it. On the other hand, there is a call here that is about energy. Yes? So it is about energy. So by with a first look, you will assume and say, most likely this doesn't involve social science and humanities. It's with energy, so we need to make a battery that is saving energy by 10%. Why we need to take into consideration social sciences and humanities on that. But let's see. First of all, you will need an environmentalist to measure the life cycle assessment. To measure what is life cycle assessment, what is the footprint, what is the impact of your solution to the environment, negative or positive. You need someone like that from social science and humanities. You need an economist to tell you how much energy savings you will have in the budget. Yes, you will need that. You will need possible a sociologist to say what will be the implications of your solutions in the society? Yes or no? Yes. You will need even a legal or an expert in EU political studies to tell you whether there are some possible regulatory considerations that you need to take for policy making, some policy recommendations for pushing that technology. Or you will need also psychologists or sociologists to tell you how your new solutions will be accepted by the society. Clear? Yes? 5 different social science and humanities disciplines that you might haven't thought about that. So I'm going to give you a tip. You remember that I'm going to give you a tip about social science and humanities? When we need to involve all this, let's say at least those broad areas from humanities and social sciences, whenever you develop a solution that has as end users humans, you need to involve this. If it has machines, if your solution is an algorithm that's going to be included in a machine, maybe no. But whenever one or more than one of your end users are humans, you need to involve social sciences and humanities disciplines in your approach. As simple as that. That's another rule. All right, clear? Yes, it's very important. Because if you haven't considered those, and you just providing a breakthrough technology, would that be enough? Not at all. So many scientists, they do that mistake. They don't think outside the box. They know that the technology is a breakthrough, but they don't involve the social science and humanities disciplines, which are essential. You see, if you take this out, it will still be a very interesting project from the science point of view, or from the technology point of view, but not from the society point of view that the European Commission wishes. Clear? Yes? Very important to follow that. Perfect. Any questions on that? Okay. Now, also, I'm going to give you another tip. You remember that I talked about societal readiness levels and etc. I don't think I have them as societal readiness levels, but you need to show how ready will be the society to accept your solutions whenever you have as end users humans. You need to show that. You need to include that in your methodology. So I'm having here an example. That example was Robotics for EU. They were developing some robotic-based solutions. And what they did is they wanted to, they included in their work packages, in their methodology, they said that we want to assess how ready is the society to adapt our solutions during the project, get feedback, but also after the project. So what they did, they conducted a lot of consultations. You see here, facilitated discussions and co-creation workshops where citizens were present and were presented the solutions, and they were asking them these questions. Does the solution solve the identified problem? Will the solution be broadly accepted by society? What aspects of the solutions might hinder its societal acceptance? Are there any unforeseen societal consequences that are created? Do citizens and end-user groups accept the robotic solutions that are presented to them? So if you change now the word robotic and you put your own solution, you have a very nice work package on how to assess the societal acceptance of your solution in your project. Yes or no? Instead of taking robotic solutions, take cyber-based solutions, marine-based solutions that you have. Yes? You have a very nice work package now to show that you consider the societal acceptance of your solution. So you have those as a rule of thumb here. Okay, so as a homework, I think it's very important, not now, homework, is to identify those calls that require social science disciplines, because a common mistake is scientists like all of us, sometimes we don't consider the social and humanities elements in our methodology. And it's a pity, because in that case, our proposal will not be accepted. Specifically, and especially when we have as end users, what? End users should be humans. Exactly. Great. Any questions on that? Because we completed the first step. And then we have a nice quiz. So if you don't have questions, I have questions for you. You see how that will work. So we have step 1 here. We completed step 1. The things that we discuss here are just not all the things that many people know about Horizon Europe, but the most essential ones. So what I would like to do is, I would like you to join a quiz. Let me see if I will present it. I don't know whether you can event. So you go to that. I would like to answer the first 6 questions. So join the quiz or go to the QR scanner. I hope it will work. We haven't tested it. It works. Okay. So join the quiz. Sorry?
It's just a step by, you wait for everyone to join.
For the majority. Yes, for the majority. And then we'll go to Horizon Europe Intelligence. 28 so far? 30? My God. Come on, isn't it? Okay. Yes, that's why. Otherwise, I mean, help from the crowd. Yes, exactly. Okay, so let's see how that. Sorry? Yes, I would remove it and. Okay, thank you.
Click on the screen again in order to, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let's start the quiz. Okay. First question. We're going to answer just the first 6 questions, and not 18, because every step has 6 questions. Okay. Come on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time over. Sorry about that. Next one. Okay, let's see. What did you answer here? What's the main goal? Reduce national debt, fund military research, advance R&I in Europe. Hopefully, you got the majority, got the number C, which is the first one. Let's go to the next one. That's the correct one, indeed. So let's now proceed to the C. So who is the leader board here? So Fatih, because yes, okay, because the quicker you answer, the higher will be your score. So bear that in mind. So let's get ready for the next one. Get ready to answer. Only that's easy. Have Life Horizon Europe grants. Yes, but sometimes I'm surprised to see. If I see here a wrong answer, I will be very disappointed, honestly. On that one, please. Please, I think it will be a mistake on your thumb, not on your minds. Okay. Okay, some of them said true, but this is a little bit disappointing, but maybe you're confused. The false is correct. Not only universities can apply, we said that also non-academic sector. You remember that we discussed that. And it's very important for being successful on that one. Okay, so that says we have a leaderboard here. Fatigue seems to be very, very active. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Okay. Next one, we have 4 more for this step. What does TRL stand for in Horizon Europe context? Yes. Let's see that. We paid for that, but you can use Slido up to 3 quizzes, up to 3 questions for free. It's not expensive. You can have it only for your, I think it's 20 euros for your, for a month. So you use it for, yes, something like that. So it's okay. Technology rating level. Who said technology rating level? Anyway, most likely, I want to be optimistic. I want to believe the same thing also. Technical research level. Come on, come on. It's what is this? Technology readiness level, eh? Okay, remember that. But the most important thing is to understand the different TRLs from 1 to 9. Okay. Now let's see now if we have. We have a change here now. So probably yes, we're not paying attention on that. So Rafet now is the one. Okay, nice. Nice to see that. Ready for the next one? So we have 3 more. Which of the following action is typically funded at 70% for-profit organizations? Yes. A 70%. We will discuss it, no problem. We will discuss it. Okay, at least I'm pleased to see that the majority selected innovation action. See, well, that's good because that's the correct one. Yes, because this is for not academic. I mean, non-academic participants. They participate in innovation actions, but with 70%. If you're a university, you still participate with 100% funding. But if you are a for-profit organization from the non-academic sector, if it's innovation action, your funding is 70%. Okay? Doesn't matter. Maybe it was a little bit tricky. That one. So let's see. It changed now. Okay. And it is, I'm pleased to see that the first 5 on the board, they have 4 out of 5 correct ones. That's very good. Okay, and then we have 2 more. Lump sum, we talked about that. Eliminate the need for financial reporting. Now, if I see someone that has done that wrong, I will be very surprised. Please read the question correctly. Yes? Lump sum, eliminate the need for financial reporting. Is it true or false? That's it. That's the only question that we ask. Sometimes you might do it by mistake. You do it the other way around. Because you need to ask. Okay. You got confused because you are very excited. Eliminate, yes. Eliminate means that you don't have to. Yes, you avoid the need for financial reporting. Exactly. That's okay. Anyway, that doesn't matter. So yes, it's true. You don't need financial reporting in a lump sum. Eliminate the need. You don't need the need for financial reporting. Yes. We check your English also here, not also your Horizon Europe language. Okay. All right. So. Okay, the number 1 didn't change yet. And then I think we have 1 more for this, and then we will continue. We're going to have our break, I think. So, which of the following is a top-down call topic? A top-down. Not we have bottom-up and top-down calls, and that's the last one. Okay. Good. The majority said cluster 6 call ladder. ERC and Marie Curie are bottom-up calls. Bottom-up means that they are not prescribed the descriptions in the call topic. In a top-down call that we've seen how you're going to read it, everything is described there. The profile of the winning projects. So anything that is under pillar 2 is a top-down call. And we have 6 clusters there. Health, inclusive societies, security, ICT and space, energy and mobility, and agriculture and natural resources. So anything that is under cluster is a top-down call. All right, and that's, let's see the score for the time being. Okay, IPEC still, all right. That's interesting. So we will keep that here for the time being because we will have a quiz also for step 2 and a quiz also for step 3. Yes? So stay here, don't leave, because if you leave, you will lose the competition. All right, now we completed step 1. If you have, we can leave at 1 o'clock. For what time is the lunch planned? 1 o'clock, eh? So I will give the floor for some questions, and then I will go to the next step, which is the full proposal development cycle. But before doing that, because I see there are some misconceptions I've seen in Marie Curie, in ERC, and top-down, and etc. What I would like is I would like to explain a little bit the different programs that we have in Horizon Europe, because I think you need a little bit more clarification on that, based also on the findings. So, first of all, before doing that, who is IPEC, Ashley? Is it here or from the Zoom? So I will go through them one by one in order just to understand a little bit what we have. We've seen that ERC is under which pillar? 1. Now, ERC is what? Is developing a breakthrough scientific idea. Something that scientists do not know yet. They have a gap there, a missing gap, and you want to fill that gap. And that is something that scientists have been trying to do it, or they were not able to do it. Either because they don't have some preliminary findings, either because they don't have access to specialized equipment, or because they don't have prior knowledge on it. So ERC actually supports basic research, as we've seen, in order to give light, create new knowledge on something that is not known, and it was not possible so far to be known, to become known. So what does that mean? That means that it's something quite ambitious from a scientific point of view. Yes or no? Yes. Now, and ERC, it has starting grant. What is a starting grant? If you are an early stage researcher and you still have a crazy idea, you can submit an ERC, but you will submit for a starting grant. If you are a postdoc with some experience, more than 7 years after your PhD, then you are going to submit a consolidator grant. It's the same concept, but because you are a different type of researcher, you're going for consolidator grant. And ADG stands for advanced grants, which means that if you are already a researcher with 20 plus years experience in research, and you still have a breakthrough crazy idea, then you can apply for an advanced grant. So the concept of ERC is the same, but depending on your experience as a researcher, you apply to a different type of grant in ERC. Is that clear? Yes? Now, we have also POF, where POF is proof of concept. What does that mean? You completed already an ERC grant, either a study grant or a consolidator or an advanced grant, and now you want to increase the TRL further. And you want to prove that, yes, that can work your theory, because normally you have your theory or maybe some experiments, limited experiments in the lab. Now you want to show that it can work with actual end users if possible. So you get a proof of concept. You get some extra funding to go further to increase the TRL of your ERC project after the end of the ERC. So is that clear? Basic research, but breakthrough basic research. Yes? First of all, what will be the starting TRL? That's the first question that I'm going to ask. So, okay, it is 1 or 2, first of all. Secondly, the second question that I'm going to ask, does it have a very big market potential or not? If it has, then you might want to explore EIC Pathfinder, because that gives me also the opportunity to talk about EIC Pathfinder, because you're starting with TRL1, but if it is, as we discussed, something that has a lot of global interest, not from the scientific point of view, but from the market point of view, then you might want to consider Pathfinder. And this is a bottom-up. Now, if you find still that your idea, even if it starts at TRL1, at some stage you complete it at TRL3, and it fits one of the calls in pillar 2, then you go to pillar 2. But the safest way, because we're talking about bottom-up calls because you set an idea, because that's why you need to know bottom-up and top-down calls, you go to EIC Pathfinder. Yes? So it's important. That way, that's the first thing. Now, so I explained also the EIC Pathfinder. I will explain later the transition fund, later, as soon as I explained also the Marie Curie. The Marie Curie action, what is the main purpose of Marie Curie Action? To train, to improve the careers of researchers. And most of the researchers, they cannot be, all of them, as you understand, be offered a position in a university. Some of them might go to the industry. They might create their own startups. They might create their own spin-offs. Or they might get a position as a research directors in a company. So Marie Curie Actions, first of all, as I said, they aim to improve the skills of researchers. How do you improve the skills? By training them, exchanging, sending them to other organizations to conduct research, and also by giving them proper equipment. All these are covered from Marie Curie. Now, PF. PF stands for Postdoctoral Fellowship. What is that? Is individual fellowship for postdocs. So do you have a crazy idea as a postdoc and you believe that that is very significant from the scientific point of view? You can apply and receive a fellowship to conduct that idea. It's for postdoc researchers, yes. Postdoc mainly up to 7 years after the end or after the acquisition of your PhD. Yes? That's the rule. DL, doctoral networks. Doctoral networks is PhDs. To create a consortium, now it's a consortium, not individual fellowship, a consortium where you are going to create 10 PhD positions, ex-PhD positions, that more or less they might be interrelated, those PhDs. And in a consortium, you're going to select 10 PhD students that will conduct their PhDs under that project, which is called doctoral network. They are going to collaborate, they're going to be supervised, and they're going to be trained also jointly. And they are interrelated, those PhDs. This is called doctoral network. A network of PhDs. So you have that. Then you have co-fund. Co-fund, first of all, why we call it co-fund? We call it co-fund because 50% of the budget will be from Horizon Europe, and the rest 50% will be from your own pocket. Normally, the National Research Council is funding the rest of the 50%. So how it works? You create a network of either PhDs, like doctoral networks, or of postdoc fellowships. So a network of postdoctoral fellowships. And you get 50% from Horizon Europe and 50% from national funding. Yes. But it's the same concept, like in doctoral networks or in postdoctoral fellowships. So co-fund is either a network of PhDs or a network of postdoc researchers that you conduct your research. And then we have SE, which is staff exchanges. Now, this is interesting, and also because we have also people from the Chamber of Commerce, where now you exchange not only researchers, but also staff from the organizations to go to research institutions and learn from that. So we have the non-academic sector sending their staff into the academic sector and learning from them, and vice versa. Organizations from the academic sector sending their researchers to the non-academic sector and learning one from the other. And that is called staff exchange. Yes? So Marie Curie is mainly mobility actions, as you can understand, for facilitating your research. And then I go to the EIC Transition Fund, which is as soon as you have received some funding from ERC, from Pillar 2, from Research Innovation, mainly from Research Innovation, then EIC Transition Fund, it gives you the possibility to give extra funding for increasing what? Your TRL. This is the purpose of transition fund. That's why they call it transition, to go from research to innovation, to increase your TRL. Yes? But you have to be funded already. You need to have already a project that has been funded and has been completed. And this is the transition fund. Now remind me, the ESC Pathfinder and the ESC Transition Fund, in which pillar they are? In pillar 3. It's in pillar 3. Yes? And why? Even if it is a low TRL, why? Why they are in pillar 3? Because they have very significant potential for being globally commerciable. These crazy ideas. That's why. If they have only scientific interest, you don't go to Pathfinder, you don't go to Transition Fund. You go just to ESC. You follow that? Yes, that's important. And then we have research innovation actions where the focus is on research. Okay. Then we have in TRLs 5 and 6. Here we have innovation actions, first of all, that the focus is on innovation. However, we have Eurostars or Eureka. This is the different name. Yes, Eureka and Eurostars is the same thing. The same thing. Eurostars or Eureka, where there you have a very nice idea, but it is already at the TRL 5 and you want to increase the TRL, and it has a high potential in order to be globally competitive in the market. Yes? So you can receive some funding. Eurostars is not part actually of Horizon Europe per se, but for the sake of completeness, sometimes I give that here. To which one? No, because you don't need to have already completed from a funded project a solution. But you need to already to have a starting point that is TRL 5. All right. From your own funding, from your own research, from your own development activities. Now, the EIC pre-accelerator for widening countries, which are widening countries? Is Turkey a widening country? Exactly. So, now, before you go to the accelerator, the European Commission says, okay, the widening countries have been complaining. Most of the funding of the EIC accelerator goes to France, to Germany, to Spain, to Italy, to Scandinavian countries. We are not receiving a lot of funding from the EIC accelerator in order to penetrate with our innovation global markets. So, okay, the European Commission said, okay, I will add a program here only for the widening countries to help companies or spin-offs of universities to get some support, increase the TRL level from TRL 5 to TRL 6, let's say, as long as they have global potential. So only applicants from widening countries will apply, spin-offs normally from universities or startups, they will apply to get some funding from widening countries, Turkey, Greece, Cyprus, Malta, Slovenia, Slovakia. They will apply to get some support to increase their TRL level. This is not for universities, but it should be for institutions. I know that we need to break for the lunch, no worries on that, but we need to finish. Okay, give me 1 minute, 2 minutes on that. So we have that for widening countries. ESC Accelerator, again, is you receive two types of funding, either funding for increasing the TRL or participation in the equity. The European Commission says, I will participate in your shareholder structure with 1 million, 2 million, even 10 million, or even 15 million, as long as you can find an external investor that can match the other 15 million or 10 million. So the ESC Accelerator is actually not only for increasing the TRLs, but for penetrating the market also. And for penetrating the market, they see in order to penetrate global markets, you need a lot of funds. You need probably to have a lot of patents registered globally, and etc. You need to have distributors in all different markets. So you need a lot of money. So that's why we cannot participate you with funding on that, because it is for you're going to produce profit, but we can participate in your shareholder structure. But you need, in order to participate in the European Commission, which is a breakthrough, a public organization, to participate in a stakeholder structure, in the capital of the company. You need to have an external investment. And then you need to have a clear exit strategy, so I can sell the shares afterwards and I can include them back into the program. And then we have European partnerships. European partnerships are partnerships that they get funding from Horizon Europe, but also from the industry, in order to develop some innovative solutions in specific areas, in health, in materials, in energy. There are specific, we have more than 20 European partnerships. So they receive funding from Horizon Europe, but also from the industry and sometimes from the national countries in order to produce innovative solutions in different areas. What is cascade funding? You know that, cascade funding? Cascade means a waterfall, or financial support to third parties. What does that mean? That means there are projects, research innovations, European partnerships, innovation actions, that they receive funding, and then they give that funding to third parties. They invite, for example, if there is, we've seen Robotics for EU project. So Robotics for EU deals with robotics. They say, okay, I'm inviting now startups or SMEs to send me ideas about robotic-based solutions. I have received money from the Horizon Europe. I'm going to give some of that funding, cascading, to those startups that they come with the best solutions in robotics. And that can be up to 60,000 euros, for example, per round. That's what is called cascade funding. Again, in those theaters. And then, and then we have Kicks Accelerate, where here we have key emerging, key innovation communities, where what they are doing, they are dealing in six different areas, in materials, in health, in energy, in mobility, different areas, where they give support, either consultancy or guidance, or sometimes they give some funding in order to increase your TRL if you have a very innovative solution in those areas, in nanomaterials, in health, in energy, in different areas. And then, in order we explain, so European partnerships and ESC Accelerator Innovation Actions can also sometimes help you to increase your further TRL. And at the top, and we finish here, we have the EIT Step Scale Up and the ESC Accelerator, where when you have already a complete solution, then you receive not funding, but participation, as I said, in the capital, in the equity, in order to penetrate global markets. And that's it. That's the whole cycle of European funding, and specifically Horizon Europe. Okay, any questions? Are you hungry? Yeah, let's have a lunch then, eh? So how are we going to arrange it? Are we going to go by bus or what? By bus? Bus is waiting. So I give you the floor, and we will be back in 1 hour. All right. So. Okay, let's start. So what we did is, I hope you enjoyed first of all, your lunch. Huh? It was good. Our school bus excursion, I enjoyed it also a lot. It was nice, feeling a little bit students again. Why not? We are all students. So we completed the first part. And the first part was step 1, that was the Horizon Europe intelligence. Now you do know the 20% of everything that you need to know in order to give you 80% value. So now, as soon as we master that step, we've seen TRLs, you've seen the purpose of each pillar. You've seen why we have that kind of structure in Horizon Europe. You've seen the difference between bottom-up and top-down calls. You've seen how to read a top-down call. Even one word, some, comparing with several, has a big difference. We've seen also the different funding options that there are, depending on TRLs, which is very important. Now that you know that and you have that kind of knowledge, which is very basic and very essential, you will see how we can create a proposal. What are the different steps that are needed in order to create a proposal? And this is something extremely useful, not only for someone that initiates a proposal, a coordinator, but also a partner. Because as a partner, you need to know how a full proposal is developed, because you are going to be part of it. So that's why you need to know it. So I would like you, as I said, we're going to use the I create or I creates formula. And I would like you to understand that each step has a traffic light. And a traffic light means what? If the traffic light color is red, we stop. We don't proceed. We stop there. If we don't manage to have it green, we don't go ahead. We leave it, because that means that if we pass, if we avoid, if we ignore the red traffic light and we proceed, that is dangerous. We will have an accident. And what will be the accident? Our proposal will fail. And let me be more straight. Do you want to have 100% success rate in your proposals? Is this possible? Yes. It is possible if you make sure that you pass all these traffic lights with green, not with red. Sometimes we have yellow. What yellow means? Yellow means maybe. So you proceed, but you proceed with caution. And the more yellow traffic lights we pass, the less will be the quality of our proposal. So do you want to have the top proposal? You need to keep on working on improving your different steps and making sure that the outputs of each one of those steps is with green, and definitely not with red, and definitely not with yellow. You can have 1 or 2 yellows, maybes, but not all of them. So let's see all of them in an order. Another thing that I would like to see, you can see it here, is that it is a virtuous cycle. What does that mean? It will be a continuous improvement for you. You will do it once, all this. As soon as you finish the proposal, and then you leave some time to rest, then you go and reflect and ask, what did I do wrong? Or what did I didn't do that well? What actually compromised my green traffic light and made it a yellow traffic light? So you need to reflect, because that's a continuous process. The more you do it and the deeper you do it, the quicker you will become an expert on that, on how to develop a proposal development, how to develop a proposal that is successful. So it's a continuous process. So you need to remember that. That's the first thing. So everything, so we will see now one by one all the steps. So everything starts with an what? An idea. An idea. Exactly. So, but an idea, it needs to support, in order to be a great idea, it needs to support, as I say, 7 principles. 7 values that we need to make sure that they are present when we are coming with an idea. And so these ideas, first of all, it needs to solve a problem. Yes? Whenever you see the word challenge, that means a problem. So is that idea going to address a scientific problem, challenge, and or an economic or a societal challenge? But you need to start with that. When Albert Einstein, they said to him that he said once, if they were giving me 1 hour to find the solution to a problem, and the solution was a matter of life or death, I will spend out of that 1 hour 50 minutes, 50, understanding the problem, and 10 minutes giving the solution. That important is the problem. And you will see later also, I will try to show you, that everything starts on how well you have understood the problem in your proposal. Is it the state-of-the-art analysis, state-of-the-art limitations? Is it societal problems that society faces? Is it scientific barriers that scientists face in order to find solutions? Is it economical problems that are faced? All these are well integrated and you need to prepare them in your proposal. So first of all, idea, at least here, needs to address a key challenge. Okay. And if it is a top-down goal, it needs to address a key challenge that it is mentioned in the call. Remind me, in a top-down call, where do we find the key challenge, the key problem? In which location? Where? The key problem, not the key long-term expectation. The key problem, the key challenge. In scope, very good, closer, one more, in scope, in the first paragraph of the scope. In the first paragraph of the scope, we find the key problem. So, in a top-down call, you don't have to look for that problem. You look in the first paragraph of the scope. If it is a bottom-up, you need to come out with that. Clear? You need mainly to find it. So that's one thing, the first challenge. The other one is that you need to be motivated for that. It should be related, that idea, to your own purpose. As a researcher or in your research group or for your organization. So it should support your mission and vision. What is the difference between mission and vision? What is the difference? Mission and vision. Apart from the first letter. Sorry? You're close, but not quite. First of all, it's not mission and vision of the call. It's mission and vision of you and your core team. Let's clarify that. Mission, yes? Mission is what you are doing now. It's your current scope as a researcher or for your research group. Vision is what you want to do in the future. That's why we say visionary research in the future. So, you need to have a very clear purpose, what you're doing as a researcher, and you need to make sure that the call that you're targeting and the idea that you have come out supports your mission. Is this enough? No. You need to know where you're going to be in the future. As a researcher, in your research team. So in that respect, you need to have a clear vision also. Vision also. Where you see yourself, your research group in 5 years from now. Where you see yourself and your research group by the end of the project. If the project is accepted. Because you are initiating a project now, a proposal. Correct? So by the end of the project, where do you see yourself? Have a clear vision. And it is important, first of all, why it is important, the mission and vision? First of all, because you will be motivated. And you will be more committed. And thirdly, it will be reflected in the proposal. Believe it or not, that commitment and that motivation will show you to look deeper in some areas, to do a more thorough state-of-the-art analysis, and that analysis will be displayed, will be described in a more convincing way in your proposal. So start with that, an idea that supports your mission and vision. And the important thing is to know what is your mission and vision. You need to work on that. The third thing is that we need an idea that is going to create, first of all, new knowledge and solutions, yes, new solutions and new knowledge, but they will have high benefits. And benefits, high impact, we see it in the call topic in which areas? In 2 areas. We see what is the benefit that we need to support. Which are those 2 areas? In a call topic. Where do we see in the call topic description, either bottom up or top down, the impact that we need? Very close, but even more specifically. Expected impacts and Expected outcomes. Exactly. What is the difference between expected impacts and expected outcomes? The time. Exactly. Only the time. Expected impacts are long-term expectations. Expected outcomes are short-term expectations. Exactly. So we need to make sure that our idea is and the solutions that are expected from that idea and the knowledge are very well aligned with the short-term and the long-term impacts that are mentioned in the call topic. As simple as that. But we need to make sure that this is reflected there. Now, another thing is that we need to make sure, outside the impact that probably is mentioned in the call topic, we need to see the impact that you said from the pillars. So we need to make sure that we create benefits, yes, for the scientific community, for the society, and for the economy. So we have, always we have in a proposal, we have the top-down, in a top-down call we have, or in a bottom-up, we have the long-term and the short-term impacts that are mentioned in the call topic, in the top-down. But in addition, we might find some additional ones that are not mentioned in the call topic. So maybe they're giving some further benefits to the scientific community, or to the economy, or to the society. We find them and we make sure that our idea supports them. Another thing is that the project value doesn't stop when your project is completed. One of the things is that it needs to create the floor, open the floor for other actors that they were not part of the consortium to get value out of it. So the project, and when you receive funding from the European Commission, is not only for giving value to the partners that are involved in the project. It's supposed to give value to other stakeholders also, outside the project. So one thing is to open new horizons for research, industry, or society outside the consortium. So you need to have that. You need to see that as an idea. Then the next one is it should be an idea that in order to be achieved, it can be achieved, but it is challenging to be achieved. It's not easy because we are talking about ambitious projects that we need to have. And the last and not least, which is to me also quite important, is you need to show that it's not possible to be implemented by others now. What I mean with that? I mean that it is possible to be done, it is feasible to be done, but by our consortium, by our team. Why? Because we have already worked for that for years. We have a very good starting TRL. We have already access to unique research infrastructure that no one else has. We have established a very good, already a very good team, a core team, multidisciplinary team, that the combination of each one of them gives great value. That's the only way to achieve it. So you are presenting, and you will be presenting, but you need to have a good starting point that idea is not possible to be implemented by others now. Now, you do understand that the idea is what? Is half a page, maximum. Now, how can you reflect all these 7 principles in half a page? It's not possible. But it should have what? It should have the potential. Then you will elaborate in the proposal. If you don't have an idea that has a potential to address all those 7 principles, then even if you try to elaborate in the grant application document, you will be limited. So what you need to do is, for example, a key scientific economic social challenge. This is part of excellence part. Just for your information. The grant application Horizon Europe consists, the technical description consists of 3 parts. First part is excellence. What is excellence? You will see also here. To show how great your proposal is from the scientific point of view. The second part of the grant application is impact. What is impact? To show what are the benefits, short-term and long-term benefits from your project results and how you're going to achieve those short-term and long-term benefits. That is impact. And the third part of the grant application is implementation. What is implementation? How the work packages, the work plan structure that you're going to follow in order to achieve the project results that you promised. The work plan structure. So, having said that, first of all, a key scientific, economic, or social challenge, you need an idea that has that potential, but where you're going to address that in detail. In which sections? Based on what we discussed so far. Where do we discuss a scientific challenge, first of all? Where do we need to discuss the scientific challenge? Excellence part. Very good. Give me another name of that, of a key scientific challenge. Give me another name of that. Problem statement, another one. State-of-the-art analysis or state-of-the-art limitations. Yes? That's why limitations were the problem. Challenge. Yes? Very good. Tell me about an economic challenge. Where we're going to address that? Of course, we need an idea that has that kind of potential, but where we're going to address economic challenge? We are going to mention it briefly as a problem in the excellence, but we're going to elaborate in the impact. The same with the social, because again, we're going to mention it briefly in the excellence part because of that scientific limitations. We face societal problems. We mention them, but we don't elaborate them that much. But in the impact, we're going to elaborate further. Okay, so we have that. Now, mission and vision of you and your core team, where you're going to elaborate that extensively, in which part of the application? In the implementation and mainly implementation, but in implementation there is also one section that deals with that, yes? In impact also, because you remember what I said to you, that as soon as you finish the TRL, the NTRL, you need to describe half a page or 1 or 2 paragraphs, your follow-up actions, what you will do in order to increase the TRL and reach TRL 9. This is where your mission and vision are going to be fulfilled mainly. Yes, in the impact section. Because your idea is fully aligned with your mission and vision, you're committed to it. As soon as the project finishes, you're going to exploit the momentum and increase the TRL. So that will be part of the impact. Also, as you said, in the implementation, you need to explain first of all why each partner is participating. Why they're participating in the project. Not only because they can, but because they want to. And not only because they want because of the funding, they want because of the mission and vision are supported. So that's why that has to be reflected in the proposal also. But you need to have an idea that supports that. So when you're selecting partners, or when you sell your profile as a partner, you need to say also what is your motivation behind it. Why you want to participate in that project. Not because of money, but because it supports your mission and vision. And you elaborate on that. Next, knowledge and solutions with high impact related to the technical topic. Okay. This is where you're going to address that mainly, in which section of the grant application? Or with high impact. Knowledge and solution with high impact is impact section, the second part. Yes. Of course, you're going to have a work package about impact in your work plan, but mainly you are going to elaborate the strategy in the impact section. Now, novel for research is excellence, because it is state-of-the-art analysis. Novel for industry or society is impact. Okay, you start getting it. I'm very pleased. New horizons for research, impact and excellence. Yes? New horizons for industry and society, impact. Very good. Challenging but feasible to be achieved, excellence. I was expecting some people to say implementation, but it's excellence, mainly. Yes? Challenging to be but feasible to be achieved. Because that's why we have the state-of-the-art limitations, and you show why you are able to overcome those state-of-the-art limitations. And you show that in the excellence. and not possible to be implemented by others now, excellence, mainly in excellence also. Why your team is the most appropriate team to address that challenge. So you see now, from just an idea, you get the foundations for the full proposal. Yes. So you need to make sure that your idea is perfect. Now, how can you come with a great idea with 7 principles? How do you come out? You can ask ChatGPT if you want on that to tell you. Or you can do some brainstorming with your core team, with your research group, come out. But one important thing is that when you invite some core players to come together with and come out with an idea for a top-down call, for example, ask them to be prepared. Ask them that we want an idea that addresses those 7 principles. Please do so. Because if they come and not being prepared for that, your idea will be limited. So make sure that whenever you need to come out with an idea, either on your own or with a team, you make sure that you have a checklist. I checked that this is an idea that has the potential to support all those 7 principles. Checklist. Yes? If you don't have that checklist, you need 7 checkpoints. 7 checkpoints. If you don't have them, the traffic light is red. We proceed only when we have a 7 checklist here. That's the green traffic light. Did you get it? Otherwise, we stop there. There's no purpose of spending more resources. I want to save you some time. Stop there. You manage to have those 7 principles as an idea, then you have the green traffic light, then you can go to the next step. Clear? Yes? Perfect. So then we go to the C one. What we have done so far? We have 7 checklists that is our green traffic light. We have internally validated our idea, yes or no? Yes, we with our own core team, maybe with 1 or 2 partners that we collaborate very closely, or with our research group, or with some other colleagues, we came out and we see this is the perfect idea for that call, whatever that call is, top down or bottom up. But ideas are like babies. Yes? We believe that our baby is the most beautiful baby in the whole world, for some reason. So we need to externally validate the idea. We need to ask someone outside our core team to tell us, is that a great idea? So we need now to connect. Yes, we need to connect with others outside our limited cycle with 1 or 2 partners. So we need to externally validate that idea. And we need to discuss, because our idea is half a page, 3-4 sentences for the time being. And we need to make sure that this is a very good idea for that call, whatever that call is, bottom up or top down. So what we need to do, we need at least to make friends, those 3 different groups. The first one is what I said also at the very beginning this morning. You need to be more well connected with the national contact points. Most of you haven't been in contact, other than coming to that event. Now you change the mindset. Yes? You need to make them, they are very helpful, very open. I've seen them working. So you need to make sure that you are very well connected with them. Each national contact point at TÜBİTAK has a different portfolio of calls. There is one national contact point for ERC. There is another one for Marie Curie Action. There is another one for Cluster 1, another one for Cluster 2, another one for Cluster 3. They have specialization. Another one for EIC, Tarek, that presented this morning. He is responsible for the Pillar 3, for example, calls. There's another one for widening actions. So depending on which call you are targeting, either bottom up or top down, then you make sure that you connect with the proper NCP from TÜBİTAK. Clear? Yes? Of course, you can take advantage of your own research support office here in the university. But sometimes you don't look and you don't make any contacts with your NCPs. You need to, depending on the proposals that and pillars that you are active to. Is that clear? So that is done. Now, if you click on that link, it will take you to the Horizon Europe website, not to the TÜBİTAK, but it's the same. And from there, you select Turkey, and you select the pillar, and it will give you the contact details of the NCP. That's simple. So what does that mean? Simplicity means no excuses. You have to do it. All right? So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing. Now so I consider that this is the minimum that you need to achieve. Now, if you want to go one level further, that is still possible. Let me see if I have it here. Let me see. No? Okay. If you want to go one level further, you can connect with the officials from the European Commission. This is a little bit more advanced. But it can be very powerful. Who are the officials related? How can you identify the officials related to your targeted call? Let's see. There is a call. In cluster in cluster 6, forestry. Yes? You identified a very nice call regarding forestry in cluster 6. You contact the NCP that is responsible for cluster 6. Perfect. From TÜBİTAK. Now, if you're going to go to EC or official, how can you identify the EC officer behind that call related to forestry? One question, one I think easy answer to that is what? Easy. You ask whom? You ask the NCP. Maybe they can tell you, maybe they have an idea, maybe they will tell you, and maybe they will give you the contact details. That's one thing. If they don't have to, if they are not allowed to, if they don't know, what can you do? How can you identify the contact details of the EC office? I would like to motivate you to think a little bit outside the box. Where, let's say, yes, but you need a name. You don't have a name. That's the most important thing. You need a name. So, where can you find, because you're close, where can you find the name of the EC officer that is responsible for forestry calls? You will get lost. You will get lost from there. You will go next to that, before that. Where, I will rephrase it. I'm asking that because I would like you to think about it. Where we have, where? No, there isn't a work program, unfortunately. Where the EC officers present the call about forestry. Where they will be presenting the call? In? Not in funded tenders? Not? In? I will tell. In Info Day event. What is an Info Day event? Info Day event. The European Commission is obliged, when they will issue now those calls, when they will issue, you're attending a Proje event in Warsaw. Yes? There is an Info Day event there. There's an EC officer there that will be presenting also. Yes? So, you are checking when and where is the Info Day event about your call that you're interested. Info Day event is the name that the European Commission uses. It's a jargon. I mean, Info Day event is an event that the European Commission will organize, is obliged to organize contractually to inform all the beneficiaries about the open calls. So, as soon as we have the calls published, beginning of May, you will see that there will be a lot of Info Day events organized. In those Info Day events, the EC officers present. The EC officers might be present physically, being there like us, or virtually through a Zoom. Yes or no? Yes. It doesn't matter. What we need is we need just the name, nothing else. Exactly. That's what we need. We need just the name, if they are as presenters. Yes? So we make sure that while they're presenting, most of the Info Day events are video recorded. Even if you miss to attend them, you will still be able to access them. Yes? Later. So you check the video. and you're ready. You put slow speed also in order to hear the name. Normally, the name is mentioned as a speaker, yes? Or before they introduce. But in some rare cases, if it is not mentioned, you just try to hear it. So you make a note of the name. First step, from the info day event. Secondly, what do you do from that? How do you find the email contact details? One might be from LinkedIn. However, not many EC officers are in LinkedIn. Yes, because they might be, some there are, but not the majority. So in that case, you go to EC officers are what? Are public servants. Yes or no? Yes. And as EC officers, they are getting paid from our money, from our taxes. Exactly. So that's why they are obliged to be mentioned in a public registry. That public registry, I don't have a flipchart to write it, but it's okay, it's easy, is who database of the European Commission. Who is who database? You Google, you ask Big Brother. Who is Big Brother? Google or ChatGPT. In our case here is Google. Yes? So you ask Google. Who you go? Who is who? European Commission database. You go to that database and you put the name of the person. Now, it's a pity that I cannot write, but I will tell you. The email of all the officers, the emails in the European Commission, is they follow a specific notation. Please pay attention if you go and make a note on that. First name, Nikolaos, first name, dot, last name, at ec.europa.eu. All of them. First name, dot, last name, at ec.europa.eu. So immediately you have the email address. And if you go to the Who is Who database, in the Who is Who database, they don't have the email addresses for GDPR protection, for data protection. They have the phone numbers. You take the phone number. So immediately now you have the contact details of an EC officer that is responsible for that call. They know very well that call about and what is expected. Now, even if you contact them in an intelligent way that I will describe to you later, do you get, is it guaranteed that they will respond to you? Not really. It's not a guarantee. But what is a guarantee? You are? Which list? You are close. You are close on that. No, you're not there. When you send when I send an email to the EC officer, I don't receive a response. What I can say that to some other potential proposal applicants, I am already in contact with the EC officer. I'm not saying that. I am already in contact with the EC officer about this call. Yes? I'm already in contact. And this call is very interested. If you are developing a proposal for that call, please consider us also because you are very committed and engaged to that call. And that can increase your chances of taking you. CC, forget it. No. Because he might reply back saying, who is that person? I don't know you. But it goes too much, even for me. So, no. You have the contact details. And then when you join the proposal, said, okay, what is the status, what is the feedback that you have received from the EC officer? I haven't received any concrete feedback yet. I suggest you as a coordinator contact them. Here are the contact details. Again. I'm saying as an incentive for the coordinators to take you as a partner. No. You can take that. You can try that also. If you are initiating a proposal, I strongly advise you to use that also. Because, yes, in 9 out of 10 cases, you might not receive a response, but in 1 out of 10, you might receive a response. And for me, I think it's worth it. Yes? Because there is no harm asking. The worst thing that can happen is receive no answer. So what? Before it was the same case. You are at the same level. You have nothing to lose. Instead of that, you might receive some feedback, or you can claim that you are already in communication with the issue project officer. So you never lose if you do that. You lose if you don't do that. You follow that? Do you follow that? I want to change a little bit your mindset. This is not something. The people that are successful in Horizon Europe are doing it the way that I'm saying to you. Yes? This is how they work. This is how they build their network. This is how they started building the network at the very beginning. This is the way that you need to do it. Completely different than what you're used to. Because if you go to someone and you said, this is the profile, I'm interested in that call, please consider me, you will not receive a response. You need to add further value. You follow that. So you need to think outside the box. That's the only way that it should work. Is it a big effort? No. Is it worth it? Definitely yes. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. For the people that I'm advising, because I'm not going to, yes, of course. Because I'm an evaluator, so I'm not supposed to contact them for proposals and etc. But for the people that I'm advising, yes. And that's why I said now 9 out of 10 it will not work, but 1 out of 10 it will work for direct feedback. For indirect increasing your profile, it always works. Okay. So you have that. Is it clear how you're going to get the contact details and etc.? Yes? First name dot last name at ec.europa.eu. But you need to know the name. So that's it. Now, another one, Horizon Europe experts. You can find all the experts that have evaluated the proposal calls, proposals for all the calls in Horizon Europe and in Horizon 20 under the funding and data portal. You will find the name, you will find their affiliation also and their expertise. If you click on that link here that I'm giving to you, you will go to the reference documents, you will go to the expert section, and from there you will download a very big Excel spreadsheet, very big, with all the evaluators that have been used for evaluating the proposals. Now, they can be experts, Horizon Europe experts. Where can you use them? Here we're going to use them for getting some feedback about our proposal idea. We ask NCPs, we ask EC officers, we ask experts to tell us whether that idea is a good idea or not. Because why? Because they are quite experts in that field. We've seen that from the spreadsheet. We download, we see that. And why they should reply to us? First of all, because if they are experts and they are not going to be involved in the evaluation of the proposals on behalf of the European Commission, they can participate in your proposal as what? As partners. Yes. So you have very good expertise now. You have expertise of individuals that they might give you also some help on what you need to take into consideration while you're preparing the proposal. And being part of the consortium. Now, if you are a coordinator, also the other thing that you can have is, there is TÜBİTAK support, that you get some funding for getting some experts to help you to write the proposal. You apply to TÜBİTAK, you get the funding, you might even pay them for helping you if you're a coordinator. And they give a lot of money. It's one of the few national programs in the whole Europe that they give that amount of money. Yes? So you need to have a good start. Start from those experts. Clear? Yeah? So the first thing is you have an idea. So now you're going to have the contact details. You mention now you contact them. So either face-to-face or virtually. And always you start your email or your introduction with a compliment. Yes? An honest compliment. An honest. I liked your presentation because. So it has to be honest. I like the way that you answered the questions in the info day because you made clarify this topic that was very complex and difficult for me. Honest. And why you start with a compliment? Because psychology, human brain works when you give a compliment to someone, they are more open, they're more connected with you. ChatGPT style, exactly. Yes, but now with humans. So you start with a presentation, and then you ask the following: could I have just 1 minute of your time if it is face-to-face interaction? If it is not face-to-face interaction, it is by email, I have that question that will take just 1 minute from you. And then you raise the question. This is our proposal idea. Do you think it's attractive under this call? Because we're going to validate it. Now, if not an NCP, because if you're not a national contact point, then you say, we have already discussed it with our NCP, because you need to discuss it with your NCP before contacting the EC officer. Because if you don't do that, what you will receive? Exactly. You say, contact the NCP. And they are right. So, contact first the NCP, and then contact the EC officer. Yes, but first get some feedback from the NCPs. You will get a feedback definitely. Definitely, you will get a feedback from them, especially from TÜBİTAK. Okay, so you will get. As soon as you get a feedback from TÜBİTAK, then you send it, you contact the EC officer. But some further direct feedback from your side would really be helpful. Something like that. What else? Okay, what else would you suggest that I must consider further to my idea? Something else, maybe something regarding policy making, maybe a key type of organization, not a specific partner, but they might give you some feedback on what type of organizations they would like to see in the proposal. So what else must I consider? And if not an EC officer or an NCP, if he or she is an expert, whether they are interested to join your initiative, if applicable. And also, focus at the end to have a short follow-up virtual meeting to discuss, if applicable. I'm looking forward to your response. And if there is time, I would really appreciate to have a small follow-up virtual meeting. But this is, if applicable, this is applicable mainly for NCPs and for experts, not for EC officers. The EC officer will not have a virtual meeting with you. But the other ones, the expert and the NCP from TÜBİTAK, they will be more than open to give that, to have a follow-up meeting with you. All right. So you have that. And what is the green traffic light here? Is yes. That's an excellent idea for this call. Go ahead. This is what we want. If we don't receive that, we stop there. Sorry, we have to. Our resources are very limited. We cannot gamble. We need to be professionals. We don't have that much time, either because of professional or because of personal obligations. So we have a green traffic light. Now, as I said, this applies both to physical meeting, but also to virtual meetings or email communication. Okay, now, what I have here, you remember we have the different pillars. Now, there is, on behalf of the European Commission, a specific agency that is responsible for specific sub-programs. Yes, and you have here their websites. Now, you see that all sub-programs, they are covered from different executive agencies. Most of the sub-programs are covered from the European Research Executive Agency, like Marie Curie, research infrastructures in Pillar 1, in Pillar 2, Cluster 2, 3, and 6, widening, and also responsible research. So you see that the European Research Executive Agency has most of the sub-programs of Horizon Europe. But we have also Cluster 1 Health and Cluster 4 Digital from Health and Digital Executive Agency. We have Pillar 2, Cluster 5 from the European Climate Infrastructure Environmental Executive Agency. We have the European Innovation Council responsible for Pillar 3. And we have the European Research Council responsible for ERC. Everything is covered. If you click on the links that I have you here, you will go directly to the website. What you will do here? You will check, you will follow them. in LinkedIn, in X, Twitter. You will get notified on different events. Info day events will be mentioned there. News. Oh, you need to follow them. You need to spend 15 minutes per day, 1 hour per week to see whether there are any new developments coming out from the ones that you are interested in. Because that's also very important, because you need to get notified from different events. Maybe they have interesting trainings. So this is how you identify experts. You download the latest list. I have here an example. As I said, you go to the reference documents for Horizon 2020 and for Horizon Europe. So suppose that you are looking for experts in obesity. You go to that Excel file that is downloaded. You search for experts that they have in their keywords the word obesity. So you find here some. Berto, Denise, Veronica, Clara, Gabriela. So you find them. Then you go to Big Brother, Google, or ResearchGate, mainly Google works, or LinkedIn, to find more about them and their track records. And if you do that, you will find the contact details of all these people here. Simple enough, as an example. Okay. So you have that. So as a homework, what you need is you need to connect with the social media channels of the related executive agencies that is to your interest. You need to do that. Yes. And also you will get informed about new projects that could be interested. It's important, even from the scientific interest point of view only, even if you never plan to submit a proposal, since they are disseminating information related to your research topic, you need to follow them, if you are responsible researchers. Okay, so what is the green traffic light from that step? Is go ahead from your NCP, from your EC officer, from an expert saying, go ahead. This is the excellent idea for that call. Now, even some people, let's say the EC officer might not take a position, might say, it's an interesting idea. Interesting, when you say someone interesting, is a neutral word. But still, it is some feedback. Yes? So, you have now as a green traffic light here, the green to go ahead with your idea. It is a very promising idea. So now what is next? So here we have R. R means reading documents now, a lot of documents. So we have here a lot of documents that we need to look about. So we have already read. What have we read already up to that stage? The call topic description, yes or no? How can we come with an idea? We have read already the call topic description, which is part of the work program. Okay. So we've read the call topic description, but is this enough? No. Now, since we have the green traffic light, now we can spend more time for reading more material. So we make sure that we have read, okay, the Horizon Europe. Now we can read the Horizon Europe program guide, some things about Horizon Europe, how it should be made, the application, etc. They are mentioned there. The orientation official document, okay, with a question mark, leave it. I just have it here for the sake of completeness in order to understand a little bit more the expected impacts. Sometimes it helps. However, definitely you need to check frequently asked questions. There are, for each call in the Funding and Tenders portal, all the questions that applicants ask, they are then they answer to you, and then they are publicly make them available for that call. If you have a specific question about a call that you are targeting, first of all, you can go to that link. It's the Research Inquiry Service. You click it, and you ask your question about that call. You don't understand the word there. What do you mean with multi-actor approach? I'm saying now an example. Or how joint research centers should be part of the consortium, because they might say joint research centers, because these are research centers on behalf of the European Commission, they are more than welcome to participate in the project. Which joint research center should be member of that consortium? So you raise a question, and then they answer to you, they are obliged to answer to you within maximum 2 weeks, because they are a public organization. And then they will include the answer that they given to you, specifically, they will include it in the frequently asked questions. So you can read what the others have asked also. Very useful. It will make you understand a lot of things. That's why I say important. So you check regularly the frequently asked questions. If you have a question yourself, you use the research inquiry service. Then, as I said, now you need to read the material from info day events, not only the names, because now we have already used the names from the presenters. Yes or no? Yes. Also, you read the presentation slides. You check any documents that were mentioned in the presentation slides. You check any links that are mentioned in the slides or in the videos. Or you check very carefully the questions that have been answered during the info day event. You spend time there to see what kind of context was given. Then you get, of course, some more, you go through quickly the guide for submission, the proposal evaluation process from the reference documents. Again, you go there from that link. You have a quick look on the application template, just in case, to see the application template from the reference documents. And then you spend now more time and significant time to check previously related projects. Now this will take most of your time, but now it's time to do it. Yes? Why? Because you will see also that that is very important for your proposal summary that follows after that. But you need to see what has been developed so far. You have to, because what kind of projects are related to this call? What kind of results they have developed? Shall I use some of those results as a starting point for my own project? That's a key question that you need to ask. But you need to study, read and study that. So you go to Cordis. Cordis, that link is a very huge database that has all the projects that have been funded by Horizon Europe and by Horizon 2020 and from the previous research innovation programs. You go there, you put your research keyword, you come out with the projects that are related to that call topic. Now, will you read, will that information from Cordis will be enough? Maybe yes, maybe no. So if you find a project that is very well related to the call that you are targeting, that many of the results that they have developed could be used as a starting point for your idea in that targeted call, what can you do? Two things. One is what? Two things. Maybe three. First of all, if you find a project that is highly related to the call that you're targeting, what are you going to do? And some of the results are perfect as a starting point for any project for the new call that you're targeting. What can you do? What? Find? Close. What can you do? First of all, find a partner if you're initiating a proposal. The other way around, if they are initiating a proposal, to convince them to take you on board. Yes or no? Yes. So, one use is if they are initiating a proposal to see whether they can involve you as a partner, or if you have already worked on that topic and you're very strong, you do the other way around. You invite them as partners. Yes? If you're really strong. It depends on your case. And the third thing that you need to do it anyhow is to make an analysis of that project. See which results from that project can be used maybe as open science, research data, some public deliverables, some solutions that they provide through open access, GPL access, to see whether you can use them as a starting point in your project in order to show that, look, remember that we discussed about the TRL. Your TRL in a research innovation action is, what is your starting TRL, more or less? 3, 4. You can show that your starting TRL is 3 and 4, not because only you have developed something, but because others developed and you have access to it. If you have access to it. If you don't have access, you need to make sure that you have access. You invite them on board. You follow that? It's very important. Okay. This will take you, I mean, all the rest will take you half a day, 1 day. This might take you 2, 3 days. You need to dig deep here. And most of the information, you will find it not from Codis. Codis is a starting point, but then you need to find what? From Codis, you will find what? The project website. The project website. Yes? And then you check the deliverable section. And not only that, you will get a lot of useful information regarding your proposal. Specifically what? Where? What kind of information you can get from previously funded projects, mainly? That is very useful. In which part of your proposal will be excellent? In dissemination, you can find a lot of dissemination strategies. You can find work plan, work packages. What else? Ideas how they address the expected outcomes. But also, the final report, you get some ideas, but what? Contacts people also. I still haven't heard one that is very important. What do you mean related to the topic? Maybe you're close. State-of-the-art analysis. This is because you see what they have developed, and mainly there are deliverables, public deliverables, they say what has been developed so far. There is a deliverable in those projects, and in most of the cases, it's a public deliverable. So, it will save you effort, it will save you time, if you go and check the project website and see deliverables that they talk about state-of-the-art limitations or even achievements that they have made in the final report. Because this is what you need to know as a starting point when you're working on your own state-of-the-art analysis. I will tell you a secret. The most important element in an Horizon Europe grant application is the state-of-the-art analysis. That's the most important one. Why? Because this is the basis by far on coming up with your project solutions, with your project objectives. These are the state-of-the-art limitations. The project objectives are overcoming those state-of-the-art limitations. Yes or no? Yes. So the more convincing the state-of-the-art limitation analysis is, the more convincing is the rationale behind your project objectives. One thing. Is that only? No. Methodology. You need to describe not only what you're going to develop, but how you're going to develop. So your methodology should focus on how you're going to overcome each one of those state-of-the-art limitations. Now your methodology is very concrete, very specific. You focus on a methodology that focuses on overcoming each one of those state-of-the-art limitations. So you see now that the state-of-the-art analysis and the limitations, and the deeper it is, the easier it will be for you afterwards to come out to justify the project objectives and justify the project methodology. As simple as that. Because objectives are solutions to the state-of-the-art limitations, methodology is actions to overcome those limitations. That's it. That's why it is very important, the state-of-the-art analysis. Paramount. Top-down or bottom-up, it doesn't matter. ERC, the most important thing is state-of-the-art analysis. Marie Curie, the most important thing is the state-of-the-art analysis. RIA, ENIA, the most important thing is the state-of-the-art analysis. Deeper. This is why you need the proper expertise to make sure that you justify it well. All right. And last but not least, check some evaluation material. These are the guidelines that the European Commission gives to the evaluator. Sometimes they're not that easy to find them, but I have here a link that you can find them, publicly available, that you can find what kind of guidance it is given to the evaluators. For example, if you check that material, you will see that, okay, I give, penalize. You will not see that anywhere else. You will see it only here. And people that haven't read that, they don't know that. What does it say as an example? One example. Penalize applicants that they haven't adapted open science practices. Give them a lower mark, penalize them. Now, the minimum open science practices is giving deliverables and publications under open access. If they don't have that minimum as an expectation, take some marks out of it. They say that. In addition, give extra marks, extra credits, if in addition to those minimum open science practices, what are these? Open access, the publications, and most of the deliverables, I would like to see open peer review practices. Do they have open peer review practices? Give them extra credits. You will not see that, not for the guide for submission, not in the Horizon Europe program, not in the Horizon Europe work program. You will see it only in the evaluation material. So if you don't read that, you will not know that information. Of course, you know that because I told you, but sometimes things change. Only go check the evaluation material. Clear? That one? Perfect. So, a lot of reading. Yes? You follow the 7 principles. Do you remember the 7 principles that we discussed at the very beginning? You follow them. If you follow them, it will be you will use that as a starting point, but it will be an upgraded idea. As long as you follow the 7 principles, you follow 3 out of 7, it might be the same. You need to follow all 7. That's why I've given you a checklist of 7 checkpoints. Okay, good question. That one, because you need to understand, because this is how you go beyond the 7 principles. And you need to have the expertise in order to see how you're going to fulfill those 7 principles. But you know better than anyone else in your field how that is possible. All right. Let's proceed. So we have here that one. Now, yes, this is what I said. The example that I said to you, that always read the guide, the call, and the eligibility criteria. This is the example that I said to you, that it says here, use, what does it say? Anyway, this is where it says, due to the specific challenges associated with that call, you need to include countries from mission innovation. This is what they were saying. Mission innovation countries. Mission innovation countries are countries from Australia, USA, Canada, and etc. And they haven't seen that. And what happened? 7 proposals were submitted. Not a lot, because it was a challenging call. None of them was funded because they were all ineligible. They didn't read the eligibility conditions to involve countries from the Mission Innovation Initiative. You see, so always read the eligibility. So this is part of the R stage, to make sure that you are fully comfortable with all the eligibility conditions, because this will be mentioned here in the call, because in the eligibility, definitely there, and maybe in the frequently asked questions. Maybe you'll see it also there. All right. So that's important. Yes, so these are, you check the eligibility conditions. Yes, we have here eligibility conditions and different ones. Okay, now you read all that material. Now we need to create a traffic light. Yes? So what is that traffic light? That is traffic light. I want you, as soon as you complete that studying process, I want you to create a summary, not of your proposal, of the call topic. Yes? So, the scope of the topic, you take it from the call topic description. Priorities to be funded, where do you take them from? Help me. Priorities to be funded, from where? From from the scope. Priorities to be funded is from the scope, expected priorities, and also from the destination. You get them there. Eligibility criteria from where? From call, perfect. Submission deadline from call, perfect. Evaluation criteria? Evaluation criteria? From the program guide. Yes, from the program guide. Key documents, okay, links to consider. Now here you're going to include here, if you found 3 projects that are very related to your project, you're going to include links to them, either to documents or to projects. Yes, the links for the project websites. Because you cannot include in 2-page summary these key documents. No, you just provide links to them and you have them. Also the financials, this is what I said. How much is the call budget? How much is the indicative proposal budget? So you do a small division and you know how many projects are expected to get funded. If there is just one project that is expected to get funded, join as a partner. Find who should be that consortium and try to convince them to be on board. Normally, when there is one project that is going to be funded, normally that's a continuation of a previous project, as a tip, that has already been funded. Find which project is highly related to that call, that has been funded already, and use your energy, use your charm, yes, and convince them to take you on board. All right. Contact details of the NCP, of the EC. If you have a connection with the EC, make sure that you have them, you have the contact details, the email, and the phone number in that 2-page summary. You print it out. You don't have it digital format. You have it next to you. Next to you. So it's printed in duplex on both sides. And you have that information that you make sure. And that's the green traffic light. All right? As soon as you prepare that, and you're proud of it, you say, what a masterpiece is that? Yes? Then you go ahead. Clear? Perfect. So now, as soon as we have our summary, after reading step, then we go to E. What do we need now? What are we still missing? Huh? It's not the full proposal. We're missing something else. It's not the consortium. I'm giving you tips. Evaluation, what? We don't have anything to evaluate. What are we missing now? Eh? Before the first draft, we need, very close. It's good effort. Is the proposal summary, yes or no? Executive summary or proposal summary, do you say that? No. Yes? Okay, it's proposal summary. It's the proposal summary. Sometimes they call it proposal concept. I prefer to call it proposal summary. Why? Because proposal summary is a little bit more than 1 page. 1 page is the proposal concept. It's not enough. Believe me, it's not enough. Now you need to work better. It doesn't help you. The idea is already half a page. So and then you have already the 2 pages, which is the call topic summary. Now you need a summary of your proposal. So E stands for executive summary or encapsulation, as I said. Yes, you put everything into 3-4 pages or executive summary. Exactly. Encapsulate or executive summary. So now I'm going to show you a very simple but very powerful process on how to build an executive summary, a proposal summary. Yes? Based on the call topic description. So let's see how we're going to do that. It's based on the power technique. Yes? And we have here on top-down calls. On top-down calls is even easier, as you will see. But even in a bottom-up call, it has the same sections. Power is both applicable for top-down and for bottom-up calls, but in a top-down call, it's easier because we have already a framework of the information that we need. This is a call, I think this is related to health, and these are expected outcomes. You see bullet points. And it says here, and contributing to some of the following. Some means what? Remind me? Less than 50%. So it's not only that, it's very long, the expected outcomes. It's more than 10 expected outcomes. So that's why it says some. But, okay, since we want to achieve, expect outcomes means what we want to achieve by the end of the project. Yes or no? Yes. What does that mean? That means that we don't have them yet. Yes or no? We don't have it. Since we want to achieve it, we don't have it. So, if we rephrase a little bit the phrase, it says here, researchers, developers of medical interventions and healthcare professionals have much better understanding of basic biological pathways, genetic or epigenetic, regarding obesity. This is what they say. Since we want that, what does that mean? That means that if we rephrase it, the expected outcomes, and say it lack of concrete knowledge regarding that and basic biology of pathways, we don't have that, so that's a problem. Another one, here from that one, you need to develop the evidence-based clinical guidelines. Lack of any clinical-based and evidence-based guidelines. So we make the expectations into problems, first of all. And secondly, this is where your expertise plays key role. You should find out ways to quantify how big the problem is. How can you do that? You are the experts. You need to look about it. But you need to quantify how big the problem is. So maybe you can answer that kind of questions. For example, on this one here. But you should know that if you try to do that analysis and you cannot give answers to that, sorry to say, but you're not the suitable scientist for that. You need to find someone to be in your team that should answer those questions. Because otherwise you don't have that kind of expertise. This is not the call for you. Another red traffic light, you stop there. It says, oh, that's not for me. I cannot answer that. Is this clear? Yes? Very important. So make sure that you have some in your team that you can quantify not only the problems from so we have problems from where? We have, first of all, from the expected outcomes. If we reverse it. We have from the first or first one on first two paragraphs in the call topic. Where do they mention the problems also? In the call topic description. Where do we have a problem description? In the first paragraph of the scope. Exactly. So we have that as an extra source of problems. Then we have from, if you reverse a little bit the objectives in the scope, you might find problems. Since you want to achieve that, that means that we don't have it. And maybe from the expected impacts. If we want that expected impacts, even in the long term, that means that we don't have it. So the power technique is to identify key problems, and we identify key problems from different sources. From the expected impacts, from the expected outcomes, if we reverse it, from the scope problems, which are the first one or two paragraphs. So we have now an excellent starting point in a top-down call. In a bottom-up call, we need to come out with our own problems. In a top-down call, they are implying what the problems are. But we need to be open-minded to see it. You follow that? And we need to be experienced in order to quantify the problem. Clear? Yes? So, problems. Very important. Remember, Einstein, 50 minutes for problems and just 10 minutes for solutions. And then we use solutions, which are mainly, we identify them from the call topic, scope, from the scope, and from the identified challenges, as well as from the problems that we identified above. Yes? So the objectives will be solutions to the problems that are from the scope, to the problems that are related to the expected outcomes, expected impacts, and to the scope objectives. So we find objectives, solutions. Then we have the work plan. So the work plan is what kind of actions we need to undertake in order to achieve those objectives. So they are very well interrelated, as you see. Then we need to identify what kind of expertise we need in order to complete those activities successfully. So that's E. And the last one, which is part of the work plan, part of the strategic objectives, is what should be the key results that are expected as outcome of the work plan, as outcome of the objectives. Yes? And that's it. Now, this is applicable, as I said, not only in the top-down call, the same structure you're going to follow, the power structure, also in the bottom-up call. Always. So that will be 2 or 3 pages maximum. Now, the most difficult part, which is the most difficult part from that? Not to find, to describe. Which is the most difficult part to describe? The problems. This is where everything starts. This is the most challenging part. You have a good starting point, but as I said, what you need to do based on your expertise to quantify the problem, to make the state-of-the-art limitations. What kind of limitations we have? Why we have those limitations? How much these limitations are? So that's the most challenging. So probably you will spend 3-4 days for the problems. Remember the rule. 50 minutes, Einstein, for problems, 10 minutes for everything else. This is exactly what we do here. So that means 5 times more time for problems with comparing to all the others. So we're going to spend, we can spend, let's say, 1 day for all this, just 1 day. But we're going to spend something like 5 days minimum for the problems. Full days. Now, most of the proposals fail, I can tell you that, because they don't spend much time for the problems. Why? They go directly to solutions. They go directly to the work plan. They go directly to the expertise. Which partner should be on board? That's why you fail. So that's why you need to have now 50%, 5 times more time spent on problems comparing to all the others. If you cannot do it, then this call is not for you. Sorry. Yes? That's why many applicants, they go with that one because that's easier. It's easier to do this. Yes, you can find solutions, but if you don't know the problems, it's science fiction. Clear? This is very important what we discuss here. So that's why I want you to have that in your minds. All right? Okay. So make sure that this is the case. Let me see if I have something else. No, that's okay. I will complete also that slide, then we're going to have our break. Because I know it's afternoon and you need a break. So, a proposal summary is 3, maximum 3.5 pages. That's okay. But where can we use the summary? First of all, for getting fruitful feedback. We've already got feedback on our what? On our proposal what? Idea. Yes? Now we're going to use the same people to ask them about our proposal summary. Now they're going to be more in a position to give fruitful feedback. It was not go ahead, not go ahead, maybe consider also policymakers, does that. They're going to be more concrete with the feedback that you're going to receive. So that's one thing. So you ask TÜBİTAK, you ask EC offices if you are connected. If you received already some feedback from the EC offices, now you ask them. If you haven't received them, you still send them that, and maybe they will reply back to you. You never know, because you have nothing to lose. And you contact also the experts that you have identified from the reference documents, and you contact them either with a fee or by including them in the consortium to give you some feedback on the proposal summary. So that's one thing. The other one is that competent partners, serious partners, they will commit only if they see a well-structured proposal summary. That's why the power structure is very powerful. Powerful. Also, and we will talk about partnership after the break, it is very important to understand that we have in the consortium the core partners, the ones that are receiving funding. The European Commission calls them beneficiaries. And we have the associate partners, the ones that they participate in the project, they are mentioned in the project, but they don't receive any funding. they support the project from their own pocket because they have high interest in the project results. These are called associate partners. And it's very important, your proposal, to have a lot of associate partners. Why? Because we, as evaluators, when we evaluate a proposal, when we see a proposal with a lot of stakeholders attached to it, with a lot of associate partners, we see there are so many partners that are interested in the proposal. That means that that proposal has some value to them because they participate without funding. They participate because they are highly interested to the project results. In Horizon Europe, we cannot add any more letters of support, but we can add them as associate partners now. That has changed. In some other calls, you can. In some other programs, not in Horizon Europe. Also, the stronger your proposal is, the higher will be the quality of your overall proposal. It's a foundation, like in a building. The stronger the buildings, the stronger the foundations of a building are, the higher can be the height of that building. So that's why it's very important to spend some time on that. And of course, it's very useful for getting the green light sometimes from your supervisors to work on the proposal instead of doing teaching, instead of doing something else, to help you to find a substitute for your own tasks, for your everyday tasks, in order to dedicate yourself in the proposal. They are convinced, they say, wow, that's a very good proposal. I will let you off your training activities. I will find a colleague, a PhD student, someone else to do that. Or I will give you PhD students to work with you. So don't underestimate it. It's not one person show. You need to have as much support as possible. So that's why giving to your supervisors the proposal summary, they might get convinced and say, this is what we need. And of course, if you're preparing a proposal, you can submit that to TÜBİTAK for getting some support for experts, an extra resource for paying the experts to do the proposal for some parts of the proposal for you. All right. And I think that's a good time for our break. Yes? Yes? Okay. Let's have our break until 4 o'clock. Yes? Until 4 o'clock. Yes? Are there any questions from the Zoomers? Yes?
Yes, it's about
Yes, it is possible. I will answer that after the training so the others can listen to it. Yes, yes, it is possible.
Sorry.
Yes?
I couldn't hear the part that at the beginning part at point 8. You said something important, the analysis.
I talked about what is the most important thing is the state-of-the-art analysis. State-of-the-art analysis. State-of-the-art analysis means what has been developed so far by the scientific and innovation community in that call, and why they couldn't achieve more. What are their limitations? So this is very important. Okay? That we need to do. Okay, so we have a green traffic light. And a green traffic light in E is actually having a proposal summary based on the power structure, where we spend 5 times more for the problems, for the state-of-the-art limitations, and in comparison to all the other elements of objectives, of work plan, of expertise, and of results. So now, as soon as we have a summary that satisfies the power structure, then we go to the next step. And the next step, A, what should be now that one? Should be? What do we need now? What do we need now? Action before, what kind of action we need? Accelerated what? Yes? Before writing what? We need partners. Attract. We need to attract now partners, competent partners, direct and indirect ones. All right. Direct partners are the ones that I said they signed the contract with the European Commission. These are called beneficiaries in Horizon Europe jargon. You don't need to know them. Direct are the ones that receive funding. Indirect are the associate partners, are the ones that they don't sign the contract, they are mentioned in the contract, they are mentioned in Part A. But they are participating in the project because they have high interest to the project results. And they participate for free. They are even willing to contribute resources from their own pocket. That interested they are. And you can give them an official role in the project. They can be part of the advisory board. You can create an advisory board to the project. They can be part of the scientific committee. They can be part of the stakeholders committee. They can be peer reviewers of your deliverables and results. Then can be invited as speakers to your events. So you can find different uses, but give them a role. Yes? And they are equally important. And as I said, direct partners are the ones that are absolutely needed for implementing the project. Associate partners are the ones it's nice to have to show that you have strong interest from the end users. Mainly these are end users to your project results. So now, one thing, so that's why you need to include as many as possible associate partners, because you show that there is high value to the stakeholders, because you manage to raise interest from the stakeholders community. So when you're writing a proposal, you make sure that you have as many associate partners as possible. So if someone wants to join your proposal, you're telling them, okay, you have the qualifications, I see, but I need to bring, along with you as a core partner, I need you to bring 2, 3, 4 more associate partners. You ask them that. So if you do that, then immediately you have a consortium for a budget of 2 million euros of 7, 8 partners, plus 20 more partners that are participating because they are highly interested in the project results. So bringing associate partners to the consortium is a nice passport for being accepted in that consortium. The other way around, you want to approach someone that you know that writes a proposal. One of your assets, you say, is that you want to sell to him or her, is that I am already in communication with the AC project officer. The other one is that I can bring 2 key associate partners in the consortium that could be highly interested from my network. So try to have both. So associate partnership is a valuable asset either as a coordinator or as a partner. Do you follow that? So you need to have that in your portfolio of assets. It's very important. An attractive partner is a partner that can bring to the project 2, 3 associate partners. That's simple. Enhance your assets, enhance your profile. Bring more, extend your network and bring as many associate partners either as a coordinator or as a partner in the proposal. So this is what I said. Now, actually, no, that's a very good question. Before, in Horizon 2020, they had you need to include a letter of support or a letter of intent. In Horizon Europe, you're not allowed to attach any documents, any letters. So you include them as associate partners. There is a specific position in Part A that anyone that is an associate partner, you include them without budget automatically in A forms. In the Part A is the administrative forms of the proposal. The proposal consists of 2 parts. An online part, which is the administrative data, where you include all your partners, direct and associate, and then you attach your full technical description, excellence, impact, and implementation in one PDF document. You upload it to the system. Yes?
Let's say you have a stakeholder, you mail them or you call them locally, so they say they're interested still after this, without getting any information, you can have them.
You will need a PIC number for them. And the PIC number is the participant identification code. So you need to include, you need to create, if they don't have, a PIC number for them. It takes 10 minutes, as you know, maximum, but it can happen automatically. So you create a PIC number if they don't. If they have a PIC number, you ask for the PIC number. And you ask for some profile also. I mean, you might include them in the consortium description afterwards. Yes? They are officially members of the consortium now, as associate partners. They are officially. They have to be mentioned and included with a PIC number, participant identification code. Any organization that participates in Horizon Europe, they need to have this ID code. It's called participant identification code. You go to funding and debtors portal. If you don't, if your organization has, if you are from Trabzon Technical University, but maybe another one doesn't have. If you have, you find it what is the PIC number and you use it. If another organization doesn't have it and you want to include them as associate partners, you create one for them. You help them to do that. Mainly if they are ministries. Ministries are very, very attractive. Ministries, regional authorities, public organizations, municipalities. They are very well desired in projects that you involve as end users humans. Right? Because you involve citizens. So that's why you try to have as many as possible. Now, where can you find, because I assume that you don't have an extensive network. Where can you find partners? Of course, from your own network. But if it's limited, there are some partner search facilities. I don't personally like them because they are bombed. You might attend brokerage events and info days. There are some social media groups, specifically LinkedIn and Facebook groups, that you can look for partners. But by far, the most powerful, apart from your own network, and if your own network is not that wide, is Cordis. Previously funded projects. This is where you're going to look either for partners or for proposal initiators. You go to Cordis, you've seen that we discussed Cordis in the previous section in reading step, and you find projects that are highly related to your call that you're targeting. As soon as you find those projects from Cordis, you go to project website. From the project website, you go to the partners, you see which are the partners, and then you see contact details from the project website. Or if you go to the project website and you are looking, for example, for a name of an organization, let's say a ministry. Yes? How can you find contact details of someone from the ministry? You go to Cordis. What you have done so far that you probably are aware. You go to Cordis and you ask the Cordis to show you all the projects that are related to obesity. Okay, perfect. Now, you have those projects. You go to the project websites. In some project websites, you might find contact details of the coordinator. In some others, you might not even find the details of the coordinator, email and phone number. What do you do as soon as you have identified the project website? Where do you look in order to find names of individuals from specific organizations that are participating in the project? What do you do? Where will you look? Think a little bit outside the box. Do you understand where you are now? And you are stuck. You are stuck because you are looking for some individuals from some specific organizations that are participating in that project, and there is nothing on the project website. Where do you look for? Sorry? They don't have names of individuals there. We know the name of the organization because the name of the organization is mentioned and in Cordis and in the project website. This is what we have, only that. But you don't know whom from the project or from the website. You don't have a name. You are looking for a name of an individual. What else did you say? Yes, but we need a name of a person now. Yes, but they don't have you don't know the name of individuals linked with that project. we could ask the contact details. If they reply, yes, you're very close, yes? I think you're very close. I think you said that. What you look is you look on public deliverables or publications, and you look the names of the authors. And the name of the authors include also organization and the name of the author. So if you are, or contributor. So if you check the publications or public deliverables and you check the first page that talks who are the authors, then you will have a name from that organization, from main organizations. So you have already a name that then you go to Google, you go to LinkedIn, you go somewhere else and you find email address and phone number. Do you follow that? So one thing is that one. In some other cases, maybe if there is a ministry doesn't have that much, they don't write deliverables. They're participating as contributors. But they might be mentioned in the governance document. What is the governance document? Governance document is the project management handbook that normally is a public deliverable that they mention in the project how the decisions are made. And they say who is representing whom from each organization. So immediately, so if you're going to look for one deliverable, you check whether there is any deliverable related to project management handbook, project governance, who takes decisions on behalf of which organization. This is that deliverable. And normally this is public. They don't have contact details, but they have a name. This is more than enough. We are just interested in a name. We will find the email address, we will find the phone number from LinkedIn, from Google, from somewhere else. Is that clear? Yes? So we have now, so we know that how we can, from that onwards, we can have contact details that we can look for. And now, this is why I explained to you that all these other channels like partnerships facilities, info day, social media are not that effective. Because if you see that, this is from another training that I did in Lithuania many years ago that another trainer presented and I liked it a lot. What they say here is that the people that we look for and we write proposals together, just 5% are from social media, 5% from info days, and 5% from online partner sets databases. So only 15% is from those channels that most of you are using. All the other collaborations are established from people that have been working already or friends of the people that have been working already. 50% is from the ones that have been working already or friends of the ones that have been working already. So that's important. That's why you need to make sure that when you are targeting either partners or to convince others to take you on board, you need to focus on these areas, not on these ones. That's why you need to identify the contact details of previously funded, of individuals from previously funded projects, and then convince them to take you on board. Yes? You are more direct. You follow that? This is what the majority is doing, that's why it fails. So you need to focus on these areas here. Now, I don't think I have, do I have, maybe tomorrow, if we have time, I might show you some further information how to be member of that, but for the time being, you need to identify contact details of existing collaborators in order to become friends of those existing collaborators. You follow that? So you find the ones that have been working in a project and you become a friend of those. Okay. Now, yes?
Some of us say, yeah, people from Germany or France, that can be an advantage. Is that right?
No, it's wrong.
No.
No. It's not, the criteria is not from the geographical point of view. The criteria for the coordinator are how the knowledge that the coordinator has in managing scientific and innovative projects. That's one thing, even national or European ones. And in some cases, what they are doing is also to show how much experience you are, not all from the scientific domain, but from the project management domain to manage resources. So we see in many cases two coordinators. The official coordinator, which is the administrative coordinator, the one that manages the project and makes sure that is the liaison between the European Commission and the consortium and manages the online platform. And then we have a scientific coordinator, which is the one that is responsible for the technical subject of the topic. Yes? So in our case here, don't worry on whether you're going to involve someone from Germany or from France and etc. As a matter of fact, you might have advantage to show from Turkey and etc. because you can show that there hasn't been any coordinator yet in this area from Turkey. It can even be an advantage as long as you write it. Sometimes it can be if there hasn't been any funding to that country. Not because it's a widening, because there wasn't any funding from that country yet in that area. Yes? And that actually, I'm opening a bracket here, there was a question from Zoom, and I think that is related. They asked whether proposals, whether actors from Turkey and from widening countries can join running projects. Like in cost. In cost, as you know, if there is a running project, you can... even with funding. As an associate, you can always do. With funding. Actually, there is. Specifically for widening countries like Turkey. What is that? It's called Hop-on Facility. What is that? You can identify a project that is highly related to your research area, and you contact them. And if you get the green light that, yes, we can welcome you, then you can apply to the European Commission, and that project will receive extra funding for a participant from a widening country if they don't have already a participant from a widening country in their consortium. So you look in running projects, in Horizon Dashboard, or in Cordis, mainly in Horizon Dashboard, which is similar to Cordis, and you see which projects have been recently funded, or you contact your NCP, and they don't have any partner from widening country. Remember, the 15 countries, Turkey plus Greece, Cyprus, Slovenia, Slovakia, etc. And if they don't have, you contact the coordinator, you tell them, I can bring you an extra pilot in the project. I can involve policy makers. I can participate only as a partner, and all the others can participate as associate partners. And we can create a demo for your project. We can participate in the project active. And you will have higher value to your project, and at the same time, it will not cost you anything. Do you want to participate? The coordinator normally will say yes, because there will be also extra budget for project management. So they will like that. So that is called Hop-on Facility. Yes? Normally it is every year, every September. So that's something that you can take advantage of as part from Turkey. If you're from Germany, that wouldn't be applicable. If it is close to the end, you will have less chances of having the consortium accepting you. Yes, because they say, now we're finishing. Why we want another one? I mean, but if it's at the beginning, the earlier it is, the better it is. Yes? Hop-on facility. Hop-on. Ask your NCPs on that. Ask the NCP from widening action. Yes? From TÜBİTAK. The one that is responsible for widening to give you more information on that. Yes. You are writing a separate why you add value to that project. Yes. Yes. Yes, but it's a full document. So you need to do that. Okay. So let me proceed a little bit because we need to finish. So now we are in now we conclude with our consortium. We have attracted the core partners. We have received their PIC number. We have them on board based on the power technique. We know who should be on board. That's great. Now we go to, now that we have at least the core consortium finalized, now we start writing the proposal. Now we start writing. And I'm not going to tell you many things because tomorrow I'm going to tell some things how to write a proposal, but you need at least 4 different roles in the writing team. You need someone that will be responsible for leading the proposal writing process. You need someone that will be responsible for writing the different sections, the excellence and then the impact. You will need someone that will be responsible for all the administrative stuff, PIC numbers, collecting PIC numbers, following up associate partners, getting the profiles of the partners, and you will need an external evaluator. All right, you will need that because, as I said, writing a proposal is like giving birth to a baby. You need an external one to tell you your baby is beautiful or your baby is not beautiful, or it is beautiful, but we need to make it more beautiful by doing that, that, and that. This is the role of the external evaluator. And then, of course, here, if you want, you can check here for instruction by EC on how to deal with admin support. This is something that you can have someone, an external assistant to do that, or an assistant from your team to do it. You check that link. And also you use the proposal summary as the foundation, as we discussed, of the full proposal. Say who is responsible to write what. Yes. Start first on not writing the full, not going text per paragraph, not going section per section and trying to write a perfect, excellent section. Don't expect to write a perfect state of the art. Don't expect to write a perfect methodology. Start first with the main ideas as bullet points. Yes? It's very important to do it that way. It will help you writing easier the full proposal by starting with bullet points. It will be easier. And always, I want you that as a last tip, I want you to set an internal deadline to complete the final draft, the full proposal, 2 weeks before the submission deadline, the official submission deadline. Why? Because of Parkinson law. What is Parkinson law? Not Parkinson disease, Parkinson law. Parkinson law is the less time we have, the more effective we get. So I want you to reduce and finish the full proposal 2 weeks before the submission, and then give it for an external evaluation, because afterwards, the external evaluator will need 2 days to evaluate the full proposal. Then you will have 1 week to work on your weaknesses. And that's very important to have that time luxury in front of you. Because the only difference to make a good proposal, the only time difference to make a good proposal into a great proposal is 2 weeks. Just that. But you need 2 weeks. Most of the proposals, if you don't evaluate them, they will be good proposals. So most of the proposals that are not evaluated are good proposals, so that's why they're not funded. Because of lack of time also. Make sure that you have that luxury ahead of you in order to make sure that you have time to improve your weaknesses as soon as they are, this is what I say, as soon as they are identified by an external evaluator, for getting feedback on that. So this is what I'm going to talk about transform. Tomorrow we're going to discuss about the criteria formula, where there I'm going to discuss more how to impress the evaluators on that. And some budgeting essentials that are responsible when you're writing the proposal. We have, first of all, 2 rules. One rule is the 80-20 rule. What is that? That 20% of your budget should go to horizontal activities. What are horizontal activities? Project management activities that they go from the very beginning at the very end, plus dissemination activities, exploitation activities, and communication activities. So all these should be 20%. So if 6% is for the project management, normally 6% should be spent for the project management of the whole project, normally, as a rule of thumb. Then you have 14% for dissemination, exploitation, communication activities. And it's good. It's a good percentage, 14. Then you are left with 80% for the implementation activities. Research analysis, user needs analysis, state-of-the-art, deeper state-of-the-art analysis, design, development, testing, fine-tuning. So these are the implementation activities, and they have 80%. So this is a very good starting point. Yes? Now, let's see how you can distribute that 80% if it is a RIA or a NIA. And that's the second rule. Do you follow that rule? The 80-20. 20 for project management, 4 for project management, 14 for dissemination exploitation, and 80 for all the other activities. Now let's see if it is a RIA or a NIA. What is the difference? So we have here, okay, we have here some distribution. This is what I said in a visual format, more or less. Here I'm giving also some indicative percentages, but it is better to use this rule here. And what is this rule? That's the second rule of thumb. If we have a research innovation action, what is a research innovation action? The focus is on which activities? Research activities. Then I would like to have 70% of the budget of them to go to research activities and 30% to innovation activities, and vice versa. If it is an innovation action, I would like 30% of the research activities to go, 30% to go to research activities, and 70% to go to the innovation activities. Emphasis. Innovation activities are development, large-scale demonstration, and etc. And I have here an example where I show you how we distribute the 80-20 rule. So if you check this, I don't know whether it is visible in your case, but you will see that the work package 9 is project management. Yes, work package 9 is project management. Yes, so it will receive how much? 6%. Then work package 8 is dissemination exploitation. How much they will receive? 14%, more or less. Yes, okay. And then we are left with 80%. This is an innovation action. So that means, since it's an innovation action, the 70% will go to innovation activities. Which are innovation activities? Work package 3, work package 5. Work package 3 is, that you see here, is enabled infrastructure deployment. Deployment is innovation activity. Work package 5 is exactly, it is an innovation one. And then work package 6 is integration. You are integrating all the different modules. It's part of innovation. So that is, and work package 7? Validation. Again, this is an innovation activity. So all these work packages will receive 70%. And the rest will receive work package 4, work package 1, work package 3, 30%. As a second rule of thumb, two rule of thumbs, 80-20 and 70-30. Yeah? You cannot imagine how easy it can make your life if you follow those two rules. Because when you are talking about budgeting, it can be a really headache. Apply those rules, it will be much easier. You have an example. Is that okay? Yeah, perfect. And the next one, and the last one, is that we evaluate the final draft. So we have someone external. It can be a colleague. It can be an external expert. Use the resource of TÜBİTAK to engage an external expert. So the final proposal is ready to be submitted as soon as you address the feedback from the evaluator. The feedback should be critical. Never compromise with feedback saying, excellent proposal. No, there is always space for improvement. Always. So you need to make sure that as an evaluator that how convincing the proposal is against its evaluation criteria. You focus on weaknesses. Tomorrow we're going to see how the evaluators think, how the evaluators of the European Commission think. And also the evaluation cannot be involved only in giving you feedback on the full draft, but also giving you feedback at early stages. At the call topic, at the consortium synthesis, at the proposal summary, at the proposal idea, if you have involved them as early as possible. So try to involve an expert as early as possible, with a fee or without a fee. It will be a game changer in your case. And as soon as now we submit the final proposal, we send a thank you message to all partners, even to the ones that didn't contribute that much, but we keep that in mind, of course. We tidy up our office, virtual and physical, because it will be in a mess. And last but not least, we celebrate. And why is that? For two reasons. First of all, because we passed a lot of traffic lights with green. It was a big journey. So we need to celebrate even for that. It was a learning process, at least. And the second reason, we celebrate because we need to train our brain to start writing proposals. We don't like writing proposals. So that's why, as soon as we celebrate, then subconsciously, our mind will start liking writing proposals. And this is exactly what we need to do. We need to train our brain to start liking it and being motivated. So I would like to stop here. Yes? And tomorrow I will continue with that graph, which is the timeline, when you should start working on your different steps. And then we will go with the criteria formula, and then we will work on groups. I know that some people have to leave, so my question, the group activities, so I would like to see how much interest we will get, and tomorrow we will do the quiz also of step 2, and then of course of step 3. So we have here some actions per group. Identify previously funded projects from Cordis. Identify those courses that require social science disciplines. 1.3, connect with the social media channels of the executive agency related to your interest. Identify experts and their contact details, maybe policy officers also. Create an idea based on the 7 principles that we discussed, and specify the proper expertise on board that is needed. And then we're going to switch and see whether you want to do something else. Now, in order to get an idea and see how the tables will be structured tomorrow, who is interested on 1.1? Raise your hand. 1.1? 1? Okay. 1.2? We've seen 2. 1.2? 1. 1.3? No one? 1.4? Identify experts? 1, 2. 1.5? What? The others that didn't raise their hand, what do they want to do? Eh? Any idea? Because it's open. I mean, you can have something else. Okay. So tomorrow we will have some tables, and based on the tables you will form groups. So try to think today, take a photo of that, try to think what you would like to be involved. Yes? Or anything else that you would like to be involved. Maybe what is not here is how to identify previously funded projects in your area and the project website, discuss why they have been funded, or discuss how to contribute to them. How to identify the contact details of people that are involved in those projects. Maybe that can be a nice one. Think about it, because tomorrow we need to start working after the training in group, because practice makes perfection. All right. So thank you for today's training. Keep up the good work. One question, yes? Yes, this is homework, but it's related to that one. Also, these are part of the homework that is in the slides is also included here. You will see it's the same one. Yes? Yes, can you share? Can they have the slides? For me, it's not a problem. If they can have the slides today, so tomorrow they can be ready. Yes? So they can sit on the quizzes also. That will be okay. All right. I'm just joking. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Keep up the good work. See you tomorrow. All right. Take care. Sorry? Not now. Tomorrow. No time on that. If they have any questions, let us know.